Check 1, 2. My audio should be much better than it typically is. Yeah, this camera's set up for it's a low ceiling. Willow just left. She was under the desk sleeping, and I guess my standing at this desk has triggered her to scarper. She's out of here. Okay, so this should be coming up on my YouTube channel that I'm going to pop out chat. There it is, the Tamiya Drill stream. Yeah, I'm auto muted, so now I can pop this one out. Pop out chat, and then I need to. Yeah, social stream started. I just need to bring it out and over here where I can see it. Of course, the window size changes every time. That's kind of annoying. That's over there, and then that's the Twitch chat, and then we got the Twitch status there. That means that all the chats are connected, and I can go back to playing Niche. There we go. That's coming in through the microphone. I got to turn this down. There we go. That's just my monitor audio. Okay, so I should sound a lot clearer. You guys can probably hear the fan, which is unfortunate, which means the fan has to move out. I need to get this further away. Stupid sensitive microphone. I don't want to use like RTX voice or anything like that, because RTX voice will mute me. No, it'll mute the sound of the stuff we work on. Oh my God, why is it so bright? Here, face procedure, boop. Now, hopefully that actually worked. Let's do the spring arm. Ah! This is the state of my mind as well as my desk. I am so discombobulated right now. At least that's how I feel. Just complete discombobulation. Oh, there goes the dog. We missed her. Willow, come back. Say hi. Yeah, we lost the dog. She doesn't, I guess she just doesn't like me talking, my effervescent speaking. I was watching a little TechSmith earlier, and he was like shouting, and I can't even imagine doing that here. People would think that like I died or something. They're like, did you swallow a tool? What's going on? Why are you screaming? I need to emote more on these streams, because otherwise it's very boring. I would do I would have a very boring stream if I did not react to things at all. I don't believe in fake screaming though. I don't like that. So it's like, it's this balance of what I want to accomplish with my stream versus alerting the whole house to bloody murder. But it is funnier when you get, you know, more reaction. All right, so those watching on YouTube, I don't understand why you would do that. There's no audio. There's no music audio. Shouldn't be anyway. On Twitch, there is music audio, but if you're watching the VOD, audio's gone. So I no longer have to worry about copyright. I still have 350 streams that do have audio in them, and I will have to scrub. It is a pain. This is what I have to do with every single one. I'm going to let that outgas a little bit, the seltzer bottle that I just opened, and we can see... what am I doing? I didn't stream Tuesday because I was feeling extra discombobulated. I was just not in good shape, so feeling a little better today. Where's my... Oh yeah, that's right. I want this one. This window with my YouTube channel on it. I've never had a YouTube channel. I've just used YouTube for the occasional little tiny video that would go to like a client about their project that I was working on. So EQ project, messing around, blah, blah, blah. I put all the minutes in there, but then I have a copyright strike because at this point I'm using the mixes from Metronomic Live. So I copy that title that I'm about to mute. I go to Notepad++, come over to Notepad++, and I look at this one's EQ project, messing around with the op amps and second guessing myself. Yeah, that one was really... So Dark Flower was what I tried to... Okay, so we do have a new song. So bop that one in there, hit save. Always hit save. Always, always hit save. This is a desktop notepad file, but it probably should go on the file server. I need to check up on the file server, make sure everybody's smart status is looking okay. Mute song, continue. I've been trying to keep up with these uploads, but it's been kind of grueling. When I upload it, the video itself is so large that by the time I'm done editing all of the chapters into the description, it's already uploaded all the way. So I got to sit here and hit skip forward on my keyboard, the right arrow button. And as I do that, I figure out what's going on. Oh, this one's too long. Games, long drive, short peer. Yeah, too long. I can't edit that one. Now I got to hit reload because the whole interface slows down because it tries to load an entire hour-long video. So this found one copyright, and then it checks it, and then it mutes it, and then it processes it up to HD, which is just like the slowest thing in the world. I wish I could tell it to do multiples. All right, so that's a different one, and this is LED desk lights. Yeah, okay, so the vibe. We're killing the vibe. It's unfortunate, but I got to do this. I don't know how much of the personality of my show is thanks to the music that I play. Hopefully very little, but, you know, it's what it's... Oh, what the hell is this? Do I have the same title for two? No. Okay. This one I can't do. It's, this one's only 3 hours. Wait a minute. What's going on there? Oh, yeah, the only copyright. It wants to give, what's his name? Hans Zimmer. It wants to send money to Hans Zimmer for this one. It wants the whole stream. It wants to mute the whole stream. So I'm just gonna not monetize that. And this one's $6.59. If it's over 6 hours, then it cannot be scrubbed, which is weird, but I guess it's what it's. Okay, so there's that. That's all done. Now there's my monitor window for YouTube, which if I click that stream key button, I'm in trouble. Somebody's gonna grab my stream. Of course, you can very easily reissue it. Is chat working? Testes. It is. I'm just not popular. Chat works just fine. I'm just not cool. I didn't stream on Tuesday, so usually the traction is kind of tough to bring back up. I'm just curious if my sounds good at this point. What's Twitch telling me? Ah, we got some people here. 1, 2, 3, yeah. I just skipped straight to the testicles. All right, save the notepad file. Oh yeah, and I got to get rid of the repeat entry. Sounds good. All right, cool. Can you guys hear the fan in the background? Because I could very clearly hear the fan. And I messed with my EQ a little bit too, which is forbidden. It's forbidden to do. You're not supposed to. I'm not supposed to mess with my EQ. But my signature sound sounded muffled, so I brought out some of the bass, and I brought in a little bit of treble. I didn't boost the treble at all. We're mainly just on a flat scale, but you know, I cut out some of that low frequency stuff. So hopefully that sounds okay. Am I puffy today? I think I am. Nah, I don't want to be on camera today. God, you know, getting old. I woke up today in incredible fan. Or sorry, I was reading a comment at the same time. I read fan at the same time that I was getting through the sentence that I was thinking of. God, I am just boggled. Somebody took like the top of my head off and just stirred my brain with a spoon. My 3D printer fan is louder. Yeah, those can get loud. My war on noise involves the 3D printer, and we're going to be putting a CPAP fan into basically as like an external fan. It'll have a big CPAP hose that comes up and around the top of the printer, and then I'll be able to have only the sound of air punctuating my 3D prints. You don't hear the fan? Okay, that's good. Yeah, so I don't know what it was. I guess I must have slept with my legs like one on top of the other, because I don't remember punting a kettlebell last night, but I woke up feeling like I punted a kettlebell. I feel like I punted a kettlebell. There's like a circular area on the top of my foot, probably where the tendons attach, that is just extremely sore. slept around a corner. I actually feel better when I sleep on a floor than when I sleep in my bed. That says something. I need like one of those Japanese mats to sleep on. I think that would probably be a more comfortable sleeping arrangement for me. Because that shit pops my back right into place. It feels great. But no, it's like I don't know what I did, because this feels like I punted a kettlebell. And I did not punt a kettlebell. I looked at all the kettlebells in the morning and I didn't find any that looked like they had been kicked by me. But boy howdy, does my body feel differently than that. 12 hours. How do you do that? No, I haven't been getting enough sleep. I gotta get, I'm gonna do like a more regular bedtime and get to bed earlier. I'll feel so much better. I'll feel so much better. All right, we gotta watch mirrored surfaces around here if we're gonna work on this thing. Because I could reveal anything to you by accident. Oh my God, is that what he looks like? Yeah, so I gotta watch out. But this makeup mirror, courtesy of my mommy, is broken. The wires in the hinge, you can wiggle them and it'll turn on and off. And I don't know how to get in here. If anybody's got any fantastic ideas on how to get into something that was designed to snap in and then never come out, I would be accepting of the back seating in this case, because I'm out of ideas. This thing snapped into place, and unsnapping it might involve breaking it. But then we've also got a cool little hobby kit here. This thing is awesome. Like a $30 drill. It was sent in by a viewer. And I was told if it's not cool, if this thing doesn't work out, I can blame Adam Savage. But if it does work out, I'll give them credit. And I have a feeling this thing will work out fine. This will be great for like circuit board drilling and stuff. But seeing as it's Tamiya and they believe in their own product, that motor is the same fixed DC motor that we've been using on the RC car. So this is a perfectly timed send in. This is absolutely brilliant of the person who sent it in. They are a galaxy-brained genius for sending this thing to me at this time. On the modular front, I have been playing around with the module. Now, right now, Marbles is pretty much calling the entire show. Marbles can make these sort of musical delays and stuff like that, and the catch-up system that it has. This is like the brain of all of the music. So I've got Marbles running. I have Basics. I'm glad I bought Basics, because that does the kick drum and snare. So through these two, I can make an audio kick drum and snare, put that into the mixer, and then start messing around with the VCO. So I have, what is that? That one is Sheeps. Sheeps is like a wave maker, and I have that synced off of Marbles, because Marbles is calling the show. And then Sheeps will then go into the VCO, and the output from the VCO is going into the mixer. Now, I can add more stuff over there, but I ran out of cables, kind of. Does it sound crunchy? Yeah, it looks like I'm up in the upper limits, so I'll just turn myself down subtly. Now, is this clipping over? Yeah, that's clipping. Okay, I can see it. I see it. So go down here, and now I'm comfortably in the yellow. I'll go a little lower than that. But that was the problem. Whoa, wow, that's getting distorty. The problem that I was having with my audio was that it was extremely quiet in there. What is going on? Wait a minute, why am I all juiced up? What's going on here with my audio? Test 1, 2, 3. How loud am I being right now? Yeah, see, that's fine. What if I turn my head? Yeah, if I turn my head, it gets a little crunchy, huh? Let's try to get the collar over there. It's much more sensitive with the higher volume levels. I should shout right now, but I don't want to get too loud. Okay, this is fine. This is where I need to be. Before, I had that thing buried way down below. It was actually in the same position as the second channel. So I had it way too low. What's up, Brink? Feels peaky? Yeah. Yeah, I worked with it a little bit over my unfortunately extended break. But we weren't getting good quality audio out of it. And so I messed with the EQ a little bit, and I turned the volume up and turned the volume down in OBS, and now it's should be nice and yeah, I think we're good. I've got a little bit of an overhead on it right now. Yeah, that's in the green. So hopefully that reach for the mouse and end up kicking all this. My desk cannot be stopped. But yeah, what I was saying about the modular synth is that unfortunately, my lack of modules and my lack of low frequency oscillation, which I think Crimes can do. I just have to find the right Crimes to commit, or I could use Crimes to make nice little 8-bit audio out. Either way, I have enough here. It's just the problem is this thing is such a powerhouse of stuff. Hey, Index C, thank you so much. 32 months. Holy crap, Index C. Thank you. This thing is such a powerhouse. It's got so many banks in it that I don't know what to do, right? Like, I'll get to it. For now, I've been using Marbleps and Basics to make a backing beat, and then that sets a rhythm that Sheeps can help with, but Sheeps is... it's all sounded the same, right? Like, using Basics and marbles means that it's gonna sound like a marching drum. The music sounded like da 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 da. Like that's just how it sounds. That's just how that module sounds. So I need to figure out what I'm doing. And also I don't know how to output. I guess maybe I can plug into the second channel and you guys would be able to hear it, but I'm not gonna mix that yet. I'm not gonna figure that one out yet. But there's so much more that I can do with the setup, and I just don't know how to do. So I'm gonna noodle around with it for a little bit and try to figure out where I am. And we got to get some of these ancillary modules functioning so that I can call them done and put them on the actual thing. Like Bic and Tick, we need to get this one working, and I don't know where to start with this thing. Not to mention all the crimes that I've committed on it by snapping the board in half and then soldering it all back together. I put a new end channel FET in here that was listed in the appropriate substitution parts. So this might work. I haven't had the heart to plug it in and test it yet. I don't know if we're going to get to that. We probably won't get to that today, but I have no idea how to get into this thing. This is the problem I'm having, is this hinge right here. This hinge right here is an absolute monster. This thing would be perfectly serviceable. It works just fine. It's one of these LED makeup mirrors, and it's able to do the 3-color temperature, the warm, cool, and neutral, and then it's got a touch on-off. So there isn't even a moving part in the on switch. It's just this thing is absolute fucking evil. I don't think it unscrews because the panel, there's the back of the rod. It had a panel over it to hide the wire, and that just popped off. So I don't think, I mean, there's lots of like holes and stuff. This is metal, but it's got plastic furniture. Because it certainly wouldn't unscrew. You wouldn't unscrew a lamp, would you? Sure as hell would download a car, though. I practically did with this thing. Melt the plastic and reprint. Why is there stream start soon in the bottom? Because I'm not actually doing work. I don't understand why people don't get this, because it's a very common thing in streaming. What do you expect there to be at the beginning of a stream? I could put a big timer up on the screen, but then I'm not hanging out with you guys. Then I just sit here silently and look at my setup while waiting for the stream to start. I'd rather talk with you guys. It's common when you play some videos and not yourself. I see plenty of streamers doing this. It's not uncommon what I'm doing right now. I just happen to heavily focus on IRL cameras. But there's always somebody, every single stream. You never know if the people are just trying to troll you and get a rise out of you, which it does get a rise out of me because I have to constantly field this question. here on YouTube. Don't you try to garner sympathy, Crash Orgasm. Don't you try that. That's hilarious. I was like, wait, I don't see that message anywhere. Where did it come from? It's my absolute empty room of a YouTube chat. There have been some good comments on YouTube. There's some very positive stuff people have said. And one recent question was whether or not I was going to live stream Fusion 360 anytime soon. And it's like, dude, Fusion 360 comes up organically and almost constantly. We will be on Fusion 360 before you know it. There's no getting around it. If I'm going to 3D print stuff, and I do, yeah, Fusion 360 is going to come up. What? Just make a command for it? It's just a whole bunch of curse words. Fuckity fucking fuck face, fuck. Oh wait, I shouldn't. How long into the video are we? 21 minutes. Okay, I think I can curse after 21 minutes. I'm not 100% sure about that one, but YouTube and their advertiser friendliness has put all these rules down upon us streamers that I'm just not used to. I curse like a sailor. I don't need to curse. I'd rather use my words, but you know. Well, that's why I'm the streamer and you're a viewer. Is because that idea is not great. Not bad. It's just drawn that way. All right, let's see here. Go back over there. Yeah, this is more or less to get my body so that my body and my brain realize that I'm on camera and I need to emote more. So I do stream starts soon for a while as I pry my eyes open and let the coffee do the rest of the work. I rehydrate myself from the night before. I don't know what the hell I did. Chronic Sonic, that's a great name. Love this channel, not found any others like it. I'm disabled, struggle to do my hobbies. Sometimes I'll just watch somebody else do it instead. Hey, you know, and there's a big appeal to just watching somebody talk about or do something that they're passionate about. And I love you guys for wanting to watch me work on this stuff. Part of my deal is that stream focuses me a lot more than I think you guys realize. Like sitting down and doing this stuff for 5 hours when I could just veg out and do nothing. Apparently nothing is what I prefer to do nowadays. I started playing Prey, the 2016 Prey game, and I got to keep that rolling because I want to actually have played that game. It's a lot of fun. But usually I'll just throw on YouTube and not do anything. But hopefully maybe watching somebody talk about something they're passionate about, work on things, show new techniques, can help motivate you or at least just fill the airspace for a while, right? I very much appreciate you guys. Unfortunately, I try to not watch content like mine. As horrible as that sounds, the reasoning behind it is that like right now, I am uploading all of my old streams, and every single time I go to reference something, like some reference that I think I'm totally nailing, like, wow, I did that voice perfectly in my head. Well, you guys don't get the benefit of my skull resonating and changing the sound that you're hearing externally, watching it on a video file. I'm seeing that whenever I go to reference something, I hesitate. I like very largely hesitate, and I need to like, I guess I need to do impressions and like record them and listen to them back to figure out what I'm doing wrong, because it's like, it's not cool. I guess I'm a huge nerd. I guess I'm just a huge nerd, and it's gonna come through the camera. Oops, don't want to show. What do we have? Prescriptions and a bunch of other stuff, and then Android wants to update, but I'm reluctant to do that because it might update my insulin pump stuff and not work anymore, or turn on a setting that I don't know. They keep turning on the security stuff in the phone. They keep turning on the Android Play Store security that keeps apps from running in the background so that you don't like mine bitcoins from the shady, you know, Play Store games. But what that does is that keeps my insulin pump from running overnight, which is a huge... I need that pump to run overnight. I need that because the glucose level tends to go up. Nerd stuff makes me feel at home, yeah. Well, I'm glad for it. I'm glad for it. There's no harm referencing stuff. Don't stress about it. I need my own memes. I need my own memes. Because in these videos from 2021, I'm like doing tomato style impressions, and I don't have his voice. I don't have his voice. Why am I doing that? It's just because that's the content that I was watching at the time. I gotta stop doing that. I'm too impressionable. I have my own voice. I trained chorally. I should have a booming voice, bombing voice. Anyway, it's what it's. These are the personal, mind's eye criticisms that are running through my head. So you guys don't need to tell me I shouldn't worry about it, because I'm already worrying about it. That's not something that can be fixed. How's that not a health concern? It's a third-party application, so they're like, good luck, asshole. Like, it's a third-party application. It's not like a health provider application, in which case, I don't know how the people with the CGMs are doing that. Yeah, I'm hoping it's a handy electric drill. I think it'll be good for drilling circuit boards, but we're gonna juice it up. We're gonna put a big motor in it. I got big motors that I don't have any use for, so we can put the yellow or the green motor in there and have fun with that. And there's a second one coming in the mail. So if we blow this one up, won't be too big of a loss. I'm hoping we get away with this thing functioning at the end of the day. I used to worry about it, but I gave up caring about everything in 2020. Yeah, something about that. That's when God smote us for releasing the Cats movie. God looked down upon ye and said, they didn't release the butthole cut. Give them plague. That was literally a Reddit post, so I can't take credit for that. H-Bomber guy's gonna come and find me in my sleep. I'm not popular enough for that. I'm not popular enough for that. By the way, I finished the RC car in the background because I just it got into me, right? I felt like actually working on it. I forgot about the butthole cut. Nobody sleeps on the butthole cut. Yeah, they have whatever the title of the movie is, Cats. They have a cut where all the cats have buttholes. And boy howdy, somebody needs to do a leak. Somebody needs to leak that. I need that in my life. Whoa, okay, all right, that can't go there. Try to put this up on the desk thing. I can pull that out if I need to, but we'll put this up here for now. We'll get to this. I want to do the drill first, I think. Well, you should do that second. I don't know. We'll do the intro and then figure out what I feel like working on. Need to hydrate and I need to clean up. This is getting a bit ridiculous. But yeah, I went to town with all these little wires that I have. All these little wires, and I did all the wiring. And it works. It works now. I just need to do a lot of tuning. There's a lot of tuning. A lot. Everything needs tuning around here all of a sudden. When did that happen? I used to do digital. Digital doesn't need to tune. Digital was always nice to me. Now everything needs tuned. It's ridiculous. Don't get a butthole cut. Don't get tuned electronics. Can't even have nice things. Still figuring out the drawers. It's eating more and more of my equipment. More and more of my equipment is getting absorbed into the organization space, the organizosphere. And it's good. Should do the onboard camera mount, then we can harass Willow with it. She's more interested in sleeping right now because she got scolded. she got scolded, and not by me. Not by me. This morning, she did her normal walk with one of my roommates, walks her in the morning, and there was a toy out there. There's a dog toy out there. My neighbor's dog is a very pro-bark kind of dog. She's an Irish Shepherd who has a very shrill, high-pitched bark, which is funny because Willow has a very baritone bark. She goes, "Bor-or-or-or-or," and this other dog has a sort of a yap almost, and much larger dog. But anyway, in order to keep the dog from barking when they immediately set out, she picks up a toy and takes that outside. And so the dog will leave the toy by the front of their house when they go out and walk. And so Willow finds that toy, and because it is another dog's toy, it is like the best toy ever. It smells like her best friend. And so she grabbed that toy when it was time to give it up, because the dogs were, you know, going inside. She wouldn't give it up. And she did a guttural, absolutely guttural. The dog is capable of doing the most guttural growls that you've ever heard. And that's what she did. She growled at her friend. Well, she growled at our neighbor, and then when the neighbor got growled at, her friend stepped in and went, "What the heck?" And so she got a bop on the nose and scolded. And so she came to me moping. She was totally moping. She definitely had, yeah, she has a very guttural, like, "Rah," like kind of growl. And she did that to a person. And so we were like, whoa, 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 that's not good. So she got scolded, and then she was skulking. She came to me all you know, pitiful and cuddly. Yeah, so she's avoiding one of the people in the house right now. Which I thought that would mean that she would hang out with us, but I guess it's too, I'm still too animated and loud for her to want to hang out nearby. I really wish she would hang out around me, you know, because she was a lot of fun to have on camera. Of course, I can't get consent from a dog, but I don't think she minds being on camera. But yeah, she's napping. She's just napping somewhere in the house. Probably, well, if she is truly avoiding the one roomie, then she's probably up in my room on a pile of laundry that I need to do. There's just science articles about micro black holes. I'm convinced they reside in drawers. This is true. They're an entrance to the cat dimension, which is where most of the stuff ends up. But I spent a considerable amount of money. I mean, this is like, I bought this instead of like a popular gaming hardware that's going to get old in a couple days, right? Like, this is like a good drawer set. This thing will last generations. Whoever inherits all of my bullshit when I die in the recent future will get all this stuff. But like, that is helping me out greatly, because I used to have like these circuit board style tools that would just scatter everywhere, right? They'd all collect dust, and I'd have to find them and be like behind something. Now they're all in here, so that helps me out a great deal. Actually, I should get this dusty beast needs to go in there too. This is a pretty nice battery charger, and I have never had a home for it, so it kind of hangs out in odd places. It has no business being on my parts shelf. So yeah, this goes in here. Ah, there's a giant dust thing. Put in the battery drawer. Well, it's not really a battery. It's a battery-operated tool drawer and a big saw blade. They're not exactly organized. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at the big hole that made. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right. What are we doing? I'm sort of neatening up slightly in order to get this drill in place and have a nice clean surface. Well, clean-ish. Let's see, we exist in kind of the ish space. Clean-ish surface where we can put this thing together. Oh my god, what the hell? Get out of here. Jeez. I had all these great subjects for rants to do at the beginning of stream, and relied on my memory to keep them together. And then I went to bed, and in bed it felt like I kicked a kettlebell. I woke up, and instantly all of those subjects left my brain. They're gone. I have no idea what I was going to rant about. I don't think I've ever had a clean workbench. You got to do what I'm doing right now, and let's just spend a little bit of time not actually doing the thing that you want to do. Instead, you're cleaning up. We did this at most of my old jobs, where the first thing you do on Friday, you clean up. Doesn't matter if you're, I mean, if you're currently working on something like active and of high priority, then you don't do the cleanup ritual, but the cleanup ritual is sacred. You just neaten up. And if you keep doing it, it's easier to do because there's a place for all the BS that you've taken out. Sort of. I semi-practice what I preach. Sometimes I practice what I preach, you know? Sometimes. Not often. I've been trying to show you guys the RC car because this is sort of a follow-up of a previous project. And I unfortunately finished it off camera, which is not going to be too satisfying for the people viewing the VODs. Okay. Whoa. Not quite. There we go. That seems really zoomed in. Well, that's as far away as we can get. So yeah, I did all this wiring and it's not too terribly organized. I just decided that instead of making it absolutely perfect, I would just make it. Just put it together, just get it done. So the gyro is sitting on top of the motor controller. You can still see the lights from the motor controller. You can still get to the button of the motor controller, but I did wires flat and coming out of these pins, and then I did the radio all the way over here, not for any functional reason, just because that's the only place I could find to put it that didn't violate my design principle of avoiding this top bar. I would like to 3D print something in order to make a little radio box right here, something that's just going to pinch the circuit boards. Look at the data sheet for the scope. It has a VESA mount. Yep. Scopes from the roof as a game changer. Yeah, this is the VESA mount back here, and they've bolstered it. They have some of these hexagonal ridges are lifted on the inside to give it a little bit of extra, yeah, stuff. But this scope is so thin that I'm just happy with it the way it is. And the cool part about it is, and I don't want to turn it on right now because it takes a full minute to turn on. It takes an entire minute to turn on. It's ridiculous. But this scope has an internal web page. So I've plugged it into Ethernet as well as USB-C, which I think is kind of awesome to have on the scope. USB-C and an Ethernet plug. It can probably connect to Wi-Fi, but I don't want to let it do anything automatic. If something weird happens, I can just unplug the Ethernet. But yeah, as soon as I plug that in, I can go to this scope's website on my intranet, and I get a 60 I don't know what FPS, but I get an up-to-date screen, and you can click stuff on that screen. So if this thing is like doing a remote test somewhere, you can log into it and affect what data you're gathering. Really cool. Yeah, the old Rigol was deep. Like, it took up a lot of space. This thing, similar amount of space, but having it thin is a world of difference, because I can put it here and then still have enough room to twiddle around the soldering iron. Really, really cool scope. This thing also cost about as much as a Steam Deck. Listen, the tools that you use often, it is best to buy a tool that is going to survive all of your bullshit. And so you need to spend a little bit of extra money. The world of test equipment is an expensive space, and it sucks having to save up for something like this. I had a big milestone birthday, and I decided as I crawl into the grave, I should at least have one nice luxury tool and stop bitching about Rigol not having an HDMI plug. Now that they do have one, I don't even need it. I don't even need it. The best thing about the HDMI is that you can put it to a monitor that sits at the top of your bench, right? And then when a coworker comes over and they want to look at something, they don't have to get into your airspace. Oh God, don't tell me happy. His birthday was a while ago. Oh, we're back to Skylon. Hold on, I need to go back to the middle of the album. We'll just go wherever this is taking us. There we go. But yeah, the having your scope up top so that somebody can come up to you and see what you're doing up top is so nice. You used to have to huddle around the little tiny screen on the scope, and you'd be smelling their coffee breath and shit. It was terrible. Oh my God, the dog hair. Yeah, so what I'd love to do, and I don't know when I'll be able to do it, but I can measure that motor controller board. I've already modeled this board and the radio in Fusion 360, so I can make a stack of the 3 boards and hopefully get it arranged so that it'll actually fit here, and then figure out how I'm going to grow this bar into some kind of a mount up here. That's kind of complicated. It's kind of tough to figure out, though. And you can actually model the wires as pipes. You can do a 3-dimensional line, like a Bezier curve, and you can do a 3-dimensional path and then extrude a circle around, or like a circle along that path. You can extrude along a 3-dimensional path and make wires. I don't think that seems a little bit fiddly, though. I don't really know if I want to do that. Considering wires is important, but also, oh, and then I need to glue these, the tires. My initial drive with the car was basically just spinning the rims inside of the wheels. So I'll set up this pair, and then I need to set up like a drifting set, not pair. A drifting set, and then maybe like an on-road set if I have enough. But I need to glue these on so that I can take this thing outside and see how fast it is. And then it'll immediately hit something and fucking explode, and then I'll have to reassemble it out of the spare parts. I don't know if this is an intelligent way to do suspension or not. Seems to be okay. I would love to do one of these like complex, like damper inboard spring jobbies where you got like the 2 springs laying flat. But I don't think I got that in me at the moment. It would be a fun thing to model. Yeah, the wiring ended up being a little bit of a pain in the ass, and these wires are on the outside of the car, just looking for something to get snagged on, just looking for anything that it can just grab onto and rip itself to shreds. So that'll be a bit of a problem, but another thing I would love to do is 3D print body panels and have them fit onto a structure so that when I do crash the car, they'll pop off. And then we can do the Satsuma. Gonad has an extremely detailed Satsuma model. I don't know how that would print, though. Don't know how that would print, because we had trouble with the other car bodies. I was able to print them, but they would use up like almost the whole spool of plastic. Maybe if I use those tree branch looking supports, it'd do a little bit better. Where's my mouse? Curse you, 3 screens. There it is. I need this song isn't punchy. Of course, I've got it turned way down too, but yeah, it probably does need a lot to make it editable. I've got tons of RC car models, or just no, they're just car models. They're like simple car models that I got off of like Thingiverse, I think. That I need to play with. I need to get them to be more RC car body than computer model. There's a lot of 1/24th models on Thingiverse. You can also buy die-cast 1/24th cars they're like metal, so they're going to be heavy. But I could gut one of those and have almost any car body on it. Problem is, this thing is very lightly sprung. It really should have a very light body on it. That would be much better. Oh yes, sealing a mesh is tough. there are tools that help with that. The Fusion has a couple really good ones where you circle the hole and it'll just figure it out for you. But it's still quite a bit of work. Quite a bit of work. We'll see, Adam Savage. We'll see. I'm not doing that. Oh. Oh yeah, you need to make a like an inner structure of it because that's part of the model. It doesn't know to like hug the model in a particular way. I wonder if are there tools for that? A VESA mount power supply. That would be interesting. I am using two arms. Both of the side monitors are on arms, and the new monitor is just sitting on the desk. So I had to move them, which is you know, you got to drill into the top piece of the desk. But I'm not looking back. 3 monitors on the work computer for streaming is extremely nice. Now on my regular computer, the computer that I use daily, that one only has 2 monitors because I found that the third monitor would just languish. Like you can throw a video on it, or I'd throw like audio or video on that third monitor, but mostly I would just have all of the like computer statuses and temperatures up on it. I can do that on the Stream Deck. So just a Stream Deck tile that's hooked up to a hardware monitor, which I guess you have to go back to version 7 of hardware monitor, because otherwise you have a 24-hour counter on the memory sharing. So you don't get the Stream Deck gauges don't work if you don't click a button every 24 hours. Really annoying. Really, really annoying. But that's on the more current versions. On the older ones, on the older version of hardware monitor, you can just run it. It'll just start up with the computer and everything. This is the first time I parked that scope since I got it. It's now parked in its spot because we don't need a scope to build a drill. Look at that. Beautiful. It's in night mode too. You have to click a setting inside of it and that puts the outside shell into night mode. in a dark mode. I think it's really clever, some of the stuff that they've done on this with LEDs that sit behind the plastic panel. So you don't know that interface lights up until something lights up on it. There's little like arrows that are illuminated and stuff. Really, really crazy things. There's dog hair on it. Dog hair on everything. The only problem with Rigol is that you have to open the scope up and put in a quieter fan. Oddly enough, this scope has a control panel that tells you what the temperature is, the internal temperatures, which is really handy when you're comparing it with its previous self. So we put the fan in there, and I'm only a couple degrees off of where the scope normally sits. There's like this 50mm blue fan, clear blue fan. I have to rip the housing off of it and then attach it to the scope. And this probably would have been a nice tool to have while I was doing that. That's probably where we should start. So I should probably just say the same thing again, huh? I gotta re-explain myself so that I actually have stream content just in case I have to mute a bunch of stuff. I shouldn't have to mute it though. I don't think that audio makes it onto YouTube, but I guess I'm just repeating myself again, make a chapter mark here. Yeah, so where's what camera? Okay. Sorry, scroll down on my list of scenes. Hi, it's me, Oh Bother. Did you guys know that I stream? I missed Tuesday, so we've kind of had a big time gap between now and then, and I lose a lot of viewers when I do that as a small channel, but you know, sometimes Bother don't think so good. I had a viewer send in this electric handy drill, this handy electric drill. This is from Tamiya. I've seen this thing before, and it flew out of my head and I didn't think about it again until this viewer sent it in. I'm not going to say who unless I like what this thing is, because they were like, you can blame, I saw one on Adam Savage's show and I figured you could use it, so he's sending 2 of these. I think he, I don't, if I say that wrong, just correct me. But I'm being sent another one of these, so we can get a little irresponsible with this one. This is, you know, Tamiya, it uses the Tamiya motors, which I have because of this thing. So we can pop a new motor in this. This thing would have been really handy, and I was talking just a minute ago about my new scope. This is the first time I've ever put my new scope into its little parking space over there. It does not fit that very well. It's much smaller. However, Rigol, beautiful scope, wonderful features, 9 out of 10. That one that I'm holding back is because its internal fan is loud. That's actually a Noctua, but this thing's internal fan has a high resonance. What is this drill for applying? It's when you want to add lightness to something. You put speed holes in things. Actually, I think that's what they show it doing on the side here. They're doing a bunch of drilling holes on the side of it. This is it's a handy little tiny drill that's battery power-rated. Brain, please. Little battery operated drill. I'm considering whether or not I want to put a LiPo in there or put a drill a socket into it somewhere that I can plug it into a like a power supply. But yeah, so this is sent by a viewer. This thing would have been really nice for modifying the scope, which is a 9 out of 10 because the fan has a loud tone to it, and they put the fan at a fairly good clip. They dialed back the voltage a little bit to quiet it down. They didn't follow through. They needed to put like a good fan in it. I don't think that would have driven up the price extensively, but we bought a fan off of, I think it was just Amazon. It's something that I made fun of for advertising itself as being quiet. It is actually quiet. I just thought like all the silent stuff on the, anyway, they use nicer plastic, a different bearing maybe, or just a different controller, and held it back a little bit. Either way, putting the new fan in there involved breaking the fan out of its square enclosure and then drilling a hole accurately in the 3 legs, because then it can bolt in where the previous, you know, frameless fan fits. It's got a very, very nice heatsink inside of it. Wonderful design. Has just radial fins going out from the fan. So the fan blows air down, and then that goes through all of the fins. Really what that should have taken was like a laptop pusher fan. Laptops have these flat blades like this that push outwards so that all the air goes in through both sides and then just gets shoved out radially. That would be the ideal fan to have in this setup. I don't have one that's quite sized right for that heatsink. I would have put one in. Plus, those can be kind of loud and powerful. Point is, this is a studio. I've got a very expensive microphone that I'm wearing. So I don't want fans to be audible in that mic. I can actually hear the floor fan now on this mic setup that I've tweaked just a little bit for this stream. But I can't really solve that. I just move the fan a little further away. People say they can't hear it, but they're sitting in like a bus station. They can't hear. All my viewers are viewing me on the phone and on the bus. So we replaced the fan in that. It's super quiet. It's 10 out of 10. It was a 9 out of 10 when it had the stock fan in it. That's just something that you got to do with the Rigols, because they never really consider noise. Now, if I wasn't broadcasting everything that I do, I would be fine with the fan that's in there. But it is kind of annoying to hear eep in the background. Little eep, little eep. Yeah, this, I mean, but that's that's 3 volts, yeah. 3 volts high current. So if I put a USB-C socket in this thing, I don't know what it would do. What a cute girl's mini drill. Dude, this is fucking my mini drill, man. If this came in pink, I would love it. But there's a blue one, and then a white one's being sent in. But like, what are you talking about, girl's mini drill? Shut up. I need this as much as anybody else. This is going to be a nice little tiny little drill that'll help me do tiny little holes and stuff. You know, especially with those drill bits that are in the cabinet there, the circuit board ones. But it's got the Tamiya motor, so we might be able to juice this thing up and put a huge stanky motor in this thing. And so the fact that 2 are being sent in means that I'll have one that's all modified and the other one I can leave stock. Oops. What are they building here? Something with treads or wheels, or I don't even know. Why are you drilling all those holes in it, though? What are you doing to that model? It looks perfectly fine. Why did you do this? Oh my god. Yeah, that's the example that they show. What is this model? Well, they show it drilling wood, so maybe it's good for that. I don't know. Really? Because I don't get safety goggles with it. Yes, I understand. All right. What are they showing the other side? Oh, these are just all the Tamiya Craft Tools electric handy drill. Let me get all the information there that I'm not going to be able to read. So yeah, that's what these things are. And I think at some point I considered getting one. Like I saw it somewhere and I was like, that looks kind of useful actually. And then I forgot. So as is tradition, we've got it in true Tamiya model kit fashion where everything is still on the plastic rails from the injection. This has a shocking amount of parts actually. And I guess here's a bunch of other stuff. What is this stuff? Yes. Well then, I guess we got some instructions to follow to build this thing, huh? I feel like this is like cheating, listing off the tools that I'm going to need in order to build this. And also it'd be very funny if you needed the handy drill in order to build the handy drill. The electric handy drill. Snap! Cool, cool, cool. All right, well I'm going to use an X-Acto knife, or sorry, a scalpel. What am I thinking? X-Acto knife. That's like Band-Aid. It's just one of those brands, but if you want to cut stuff really nicely and accurately, you should probably get a scalpel. They're much safer than your typical X-Acto knife, because the X-Acto knife screws closed, and then you're relying on that screw's friction while cutting shapes out of stuff, right? Your cuts will be all over the place. That'll untorque your tip, and then it just like falls out. So you get a cheapo scalpel and non-sterile blades, and you are sharp and safe-ish. I mean, to install the scalpel blade, you have to do this, which is not really comforting. It's like you want to use a pair of pliers to do that because it needs to snap down on this. But now I can do all kinds of cuts. I could do surgery. No, wait, it's not sterile. I can't do surgery. Why do they do the printing on the inside of the box? It's weird. It's like, now we know what box this is for, I guess. Huh. I love a good Tamiya model kit. You get that first RC car to build the whole thing. Always exciting. There's always that smell, that plastic smell. I got a warning on the outside of the thing. How does this stuff feel? I mean, it's no, what is that stuff called? The fiber reinforced stuff? It's not quite that. You know, this isn't like a professional tool. This is a hobby tool. What do we got? Stuff in blue bags. All right. All right, let's get to work here. Should we paint this before we put it together? Isn't that how you're supposed to do models? I haven't done a model kit in forever. It's actually been a long time. Even like the professional RC car that I have was used. It's a used RC car. So it's like, I haven't done one of these. All right, where do we start? I guess I need to get all of the small parts out, right? The epitome of needing the tool to build the tool. You need to drill a couple holes for this model kit. Wait, why did I get this thing? No, the tools that they say you need are just pliers and screwdrivers, so I guess you already need to be a hobbyist in order to put this thing together, huh? Yeah, the scissors that are in the blister pack. Those things are so dangerous. Hey, chat, this holiday season, don't mess around with blister pack. Be patient. Be patient around the blister pack. We're going to start with this motor, but then we'll throw in one of the super duper ones and see what happens. We'll start with battery power and we'll start with that motor. We'll see where we get to. Oh, I also have to stop holding back my voice. I do this thing where I kind of hold my voice back, and I'm getting really sick of listening to myself talk that way. I need to be more assertive with my voice. I do this thing where I do this, and it's kind of like, funny, tough guy voice. That sounds way different in my head than it does for you guys. So I need to actually just like enunciate and actually talk. Oh, they give you a drill bit. One drill bit. So, wait a minute, is that because they show it with a drill bit on the cover? I wonder if that binds them to having to give you a single drill bit so that you can say, I got what was on this image. I bet you that's what that is. You wouldn't expect like a drill to come with a drill bit. That's weird, right? But this is an electric handy drill model kit, and it's pictured with this. I wonder if that's what they're doing there, if they have to include it. That's funny. A can opener in a can. There were some actual can jokes recently that, oh, that's what it was. It was like an art installation. Where did my knife go? We have a knife at large. It was an art installation that had a bunch of like can jokes like that. That looks like we're going to be replacing that with an actual bearing. This is a piece of plastic that I think I can find a bearing for. Yeah, there actually are tools that are blister pack cutters. And what it is a very sharp blade that's got like a housing around it so that you can just zip it on the edge of the blister pack and it pops it open. Some people would say like, oh, blister pack, you just crush it outwards and then you can rip it apart. But some blister packs are held in with, it might as well be riveted steel. They have been melted, the plastic has been melted together to where it's become one, and it's actually stronger than the base plastic. I have a Mark I golf kit half painted and assembled that I've been sitting on the shelf for 5 years. Groovy also has a garage of car. I think his are actually done though. I think he actually did complete a lot of those kits. Hey, you know, that'd be... Everybody goes, that would be great content for a stream. And I'm like, there's a queue. There's a big... In fact, that board back there with all the writing on it right there that I stuck and burned the subs, that is full of ideas that I never did. Stream ideas are cheap. Everybody has them, right? I have so many projects that I need to finish. I need to get done. To the point where I did the RC car off camera. I did the rest of this. Remember these streams? Remember how you don't get the satisfaction of the end of the stream because I did it off camera? How is burn the subs? Everybody keeps asking about it, man. I need to do it. I need to get back to it. I'm trying to clear a couple things from the project queue. This thing came about in a very, very opportune time. It's actually a perfect timing for me to get a little bit of a break from some of the things that I've been working on. We did a little bit of RC car stuff because I got sick of looking at it. Put me on the board. No, yours is going to be the only name that I banned from the board now. We did a little bit of RC car stuff just to kind of get the juices flowing again. The synthesizer kind of took over, and it's at a point where I don't know what to do. I'm kind of at odds with the synthesizer right now because I've got the M303 here that's going to require extensive reverse engineering in order to figure out what's wrong with it. I've told Dave about that, and he says, you know, you can hold on to it for a time, like we could sell it broken. I don't want to sell it broken. I want to do some actual reverse engineering on this stream. I think that was fun to do for a little bit, but we need a break from the synthesizers. This is how much work we've done on synthesizers now. It's been months. And now that I've put a good effort in, all that's left for me to do is get analog electronics running. I do want to do another batch of orders for synthesizer stuff. I need a divider. I need something that's going to divide up my timing and distribute it so that I can sync up a lot of modules and effects. I don't have any effects either. I need effects. I need stuff that's going to make the cool sounding sounds, right? Don't quite have that one figured out yet. And I need to learn. I need to actually just sit down with that thing, and I need to just feel my way through it and figure out how it works. Only name to be banned off the board. Now I feel left off. All right, there's a couple names that are expressly not allowed. Yeah. So what makes the effect. The modules in a modular synthesizer, you have a voltage controlled oscillator that's making the waves. You have a variety of ways to give that control signals, to control what the frequencies are, how it's gated, how it, you know, the loudness of the frequency and amplitude modulation. It's like a radio. But then you want to do something with that, because otherwise it's just pew, 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 beep, 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 right? You want it to be like cool and like have reverberation and like echoes and stuff like that. So that's where the filters come in. That's where the filters do their job. So I don't have any. I don't have many or any. But any. Should we part all of this stuff first? Probably. Pew pew, I got you. Let's see. Well, they want me to start with the battery stuff, the battery and the motor. So that's just a little assembly to build. That's all this stuff up here. So let's get started. Gotta stop carrying that knife. I fear that I'm gonna hurt myself. You have a picture of the ray gun on the side of the ray gun. Or shrink ray. That's a Venture Brothers gag. All right, you need to go up here to the staging area. Off with ye to the staging area. All right. Model kit. There's nothing better than a good model kit. I once built a Ford truck model. I don't know what I was doing with that. I'm not into trucks. Hey, Mahalo, how's it going? Like I said, a viewer sent this in. I'm not going to name them, because if I hate this thing, I can blame Adam Savage. I didn't know it was a model? Okay, the jig is up. Mahalo sent this in. Yeah, it's Tamiya. What do you expect? You get something that comes in a package like this, you're going to have to build it. And I love that. And I was actually just saying a minute ago that this is like perfect timing, because we just did a bunch of streams with the RC car, and I gave up and went with a 3-phase motor instead of the... I'm looking at the streams now. I designed all these circuit boards in 2021 that should have gone on this thing, and it should have controlled it with one of these fixed, one of these universal DC... This isn't universal. These DC motors, these little brushed DC motors that Tamiya loves. It would have gone in that and controlled it perfectly, but I had to use weird designer FETs in order to make the H-bridge work. And at the end of all of that effort and all of that trouble programming and figuring out exactly how to get all the timings correct in an AT-Tiny 85, down to the microcontroller's bones. Like, this is practically using whatever it's called, machine language, in order to put everything together. Figured that all out, got all the connectors on there, did all the soldering, put it all together, powered it up, and I wasn't able to do full throttle. It was like a half throttle thing. So I completely gave up. I fell into the bottom of a bottle of whiskey, and I decided that instead I would get all the DOS Micro stuff, because they do 3-phase motors and all that. The original intent of making a Mario Kart home circuit cart that was super cheaty, gone. I wasted all that money. I bought 2 Mario Kart home circuit carts. I never did anything with them. I feel really bad about that. Sometimes the project just kind of falls flat, and that's what happened to that. So instead, I now have this little race car over here. I was going to use it during the pandemic and drift the little car all around the shop. I got all kinds of stuff off of the floor in here so that I could drift around the pillars of the tables and stuff, so I'd have something to do. But then we got a dog. Now dog walking is my fate. Attaching battery terminal. So this is pretty much just going to be like a lever switch on a 6-volt battery pack. How does this do? So this goes to the other side like that, and then it snaps into place. Oh, they changed their design? No, they didn't. No, they didn't change their design. Same design. Okay. Okay, that barely snapped into place. That was a weird fit. These are going to get greasy, aren't they? I bet Willow can drift too. I'm afraid that she'll get her whiskers caught in. What is that? Oh, no, that's a weird switch tab. This one goes here. So the 2 terminals to the battery go directly to the motor. That doesn't make any sense. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, and I guess they switch, so the two battery terminals go directly to the motor, and the switch closes the two batteries together in order to make the circuit. Huh. Interesting. And then the motor just goes right on top of that, huh? We'll see what this thing is like with the stock motor, and then we'll juice it up with a good one. Everything is built in such a way. That's cool. Okay, so the motor is being held in by just snapping it into place. So they have exactly designed that shelf to fit in there and keep tension on this plate. It's actually kind of hard to unsnap it. It's gonna let, well, you got to do this to remove the motor. Bend that backwards just a little bit, and then it comes out. But the motor's being held from here to here. It's basically pinching it like this. So when you build it, it's super simple to get that motor on there and have tension held down. See, this thing is holding it down this way. So all I need to do is get that on there, and it snaps. That is very clever. That is very clever. Cool design. I have not, actually. I haven't done the laser thing with her. Have we? We must have. We must have done the laser thing with her. Oh, right. I need to put the gear on it first. Hold on. We can do that. And I got to see what this, if I can put like an actual bearing in instead of, this looks like a bearing. Bark at the subs. That's what I do. That's what I do. That's not what Willow does. Motor. I had a handy tool for separating that, didn't I? I forget. I think I did. I don't know where that went. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I just saw one. Only possible if you're making the motor casings too? Nah. I mean, I did similar. I didn't make it click in though. I did similar in the RC car project. Actually, what we had to do in the RC car project was drill out. I did make one of them where the motor just kind of got sandwiched in, and I used the D shape over here. I didn't use the front of the housing though. Yeah, weird stuff. All right, so that step is done. I'm doing this slowly, all right? You're not going to get me to do this any faster than I'm doing it right now. Apply grease. Don't mind if I do. Do we do it this way or do we do it this way? I think we... Oh, these are the two different halves. So this is working on everything at once. Okay. There's a trigger lock on this thing. I didn't know that. I guess that's what we're installing over here. B6 and B4 and a screw. So these all have little labels. 6 and 4. These two. All right, so let's get that sliced out. Gotta be careful. This is a very sharp knife. Got an extremely sharp knife here. I shave off the little bits of the tab that are left. And 6 is this one down here. Oh, yeah, that's right. I've needed to talk. There's the thing that I needed to talk about. Strange New Worlds. What up, Bell Pepper? Strange New Worlds. I've given it another shot, and I'm kind of addicted to it. I rewatched some of the stuff because it wasn't clicking with me. And as is typical of Star Trek, hey, Code Rush, what's going on? Look at that. That's a whole big group of people. Yeah, I was just saying, I gave Strange New Worlds another try, and I actually kind of love it. It's actually really, really worthwhile, good Star Trek. But hey, what's up, everybody? What are we doing today? Simply building a drill. Mahalo sent this thing in. There's another one coming in the mail, but this is the handy electric drill. Get well soon, Mark. Uh-oh. Handy electric drill, building it. It's Tamiya, so obviously it is a model kit, which is kind of amazing. It is a miniature, little tiny, little battery-operated drill. Saw this untested. That's what I believe Mahalo saw that as well, and was saying that if I didn't like this, I can blame Adam Savage, which would be great. I'll just show up at his house and like punch him in the face. But barring that, I don't think we can fail with this. The way we can fail with this is that you'll notice that we have been working on a tiny little RC car, and so this is an extremely well-timed. Is the camera moving right now? I feel sick. I need to tighten this thing up. Hold on. This is wonderfully opportunely timed, because as working on the RC car, this has been like a 3-year project for this little 128 scale RC car. It just happens to involve a lot of the stuff I do, and so we've been kind of like circling it for a while. But in doing so, I have a lot of failed attempts to make this into a thing. Tamiya loves a particular style of DC motor. A little DC motor here. So I actually have much, much more powerful versions of this motor. And I'm actually, we're also doing a little bit of a voice clinic here, because I've noticed that I'm doing this voice way too much, which is that's not what I should sound like. I shouldn't be doing this voice, because it's me holding back my voice in a weird, uncomfortable manner, and it's supposed to be like, it doesn't sound good on camera, so I need to actually just like use my normal voice. Mic is peaky. I got a little louder. Checking for peaks. No, it shouldn't be peaky. Cheeky, perhaps. Haha. It also depends on where the positioning is. I've done a little bit of work on my audio setup, so it's in flux. There's potential for things to be wrong occasionally, but I think we're tuned in, and I should be much more audible now. It shouldn't sound like I'm speaking to you guys from like with like somebody trying to like push a pillow over my head until I stop struggling. It just sounded like I had a quilt over my head the whole time, but now it shouldn't. It should sound a little bit more bright and clear. Yeah, so the electric handy drill, cute little thing, 30, 40 bucks. That's a little expensive, but it is a tool that I can use here to do like circuit board drilling and stuff. I mean, like, look, I'm not for lack of any kind of a drilling mechanism. I've got an entire milling machine. I've got the battery operated, the DeWalt drills back there, but for little tiny like circuit board things, if we can juice this up and make it go super duper fast without exploding, this would be really good for like those little jobs where I have to drill stuff out. Like you guys have seen, actually no, none of you were around when I started streaming. When I started streaming, I had a drill that I labeled the Bitbreaker 3000. This is a drill that was given to me when we gave away a pool table. The dude who picked up the pool table was like, I'm not comfortable getting something like this for nothing. Here's a drill that's been kicking around in the back of my truck. I'm like, all right, cool. And so that drill ended up in my collection, and it ended up here when I started streaming many years later. And it was a crappy, I think Black & Decker drill, but I would always put it down and then it would fall forward. And it would fall forward on the drill bit that I would leave in there. And I'm afraid that's going to happen with the DeWalt too, because they sit flat on the battery, and then they fall forward and, you know, break your stuff. I'm missing a lot of my mid-sized drill bits as a result. I'm actually going to give up and use flush cutters on the plastic. I don't want to send an X-Acto blade, or sorry, a scalpel blade into my flesh at this moment. Yeah, so for years I used that drill, and then I finally upgraded to a modern battery drill that was the DeWalt, but it still seems like it's raring to break a bit. So having this thing around will be really nice, because then I'll have this miniature little high speed, and we are going to make it high speed, this miniature little high speed drill to do all my circuit boardness, all the weird circuit board stuff that I want to drill out. Of course, the synthesizer project is what had all the things I needed to drill, but it'll come up again in the future for sure. And hey, it's good content. I don't have to think right now. I can just build. I am a machine that renders plastic into electric handy drill. 20-volt drills, a bunch of torque for little bits. Yeah, especially when you're doing plastic and it throws the entire thing forward. and just destroys stuff. I was saying that the oscilloscope modifications could have really benefited from this. If it's a super high speed handheld drill that I could just boop, pop a little hole and stuff with. The big DeWalt drill did drill these things, but I was afraid I was going to snap a fan blade when I was doing it. Because this thing, I mean, Rigol, great scope, 9 out of 10. My only complaint about the Rigol scope is that it makes a little E. It makes a little E. There's a little, in the background, you hear a little E, and there's a little E, just a little E, little E. I'm not talking about tinnitus. I'm talking about E, the little E that fan makes, and you can't get it out of your head. So I end up replacing that fan, and in doing so, ruining a fan. I could have done a much better job of that, but we had to find a 50 millimeter quiet fan, and the blue, it was a translucent blue fan, and it's so much better. The scope is like amazing without that, without the stock fan screaming away inside of it. I really wish they had put a little bit more consideration, because they have all of this engineering in that heatsink. That heatsink is designed for air to be thrown out radially from the fan, right? And they put all that engineering into that heatsink. It's got like extra tall fins where the heat's being generated so that it cools better. And it's got like, well, actually, I think the extra tall fins are probably to keep you from crushing against the fan, but still, like, it's got all this engineering into that, and then they skimp on the fan. Wasted potential. Thanks for reminding me of my tinnitus. Speaking of strange new worlds and E noises, I got to an episode where ears ringing was a thing, and they said tinnitus. They said it correctly. It's so rare that they say it correctly. Everybody wants to say tinnitus, but an itis is a swelling. Medical terms are very specific, right? Everybody says my tinnitus. They are wrong. I will die on this hill, and I will love it. I will die on this hill. I'll fertilize whatever's growing on the hill after. It's tinnitus. You ain't got no itis. Okay, what are we putting into this? We got our two little thingies, or thingy-wingies here. That's not the right shape. Which one is that one? Shaft stopper. I ain't trying to stop Shaft. He's the main character. Shaft stopper, huh? Oh yeah, we were doing this one over here. So these two little Jiminy Johns. One of them on the outside. That's this one. Oh, it's got a little weapon safety. And then we're putting this one on top of it. And the orientation is such, maybe we use this. Come down here. Where's this thing going? That's pointing this way. Damn it! Well, it's different plastic. I don't know if it's an entirely... What do we got here? Is it... Do they do the typical plastic labeling? I don't know if they give it a type labeling. Like, usually with, like, you know, like your drill and stuff like that, you'd be able to open it up and see a little label that would tell you what plastic it is. But I don't think Tamiya is under any kind of stipulation in that regard. This is just... C block. Where'd that part just go? I'm petrified of dropping this stuff on the floor today. Of course, there's dog hair still right here. I was telling Stream earlier that Willow got in a lot of trouble today. She not barked, she snarled. She had a very mean snarl at a neighbor's dog because the neighbor's dog comes outside with a toy in her mouth because she likes to bark. And so to keep her from barking, the neighbor will give her a toy to carry when she goes outside. Well, Willow, being that this dog is her best friend, and it really is her best friend, loves to grab that toy. She loves to grab the toy. And so when she did, you know, the dogs have got to go back inside. We got to get the toy from them. And she snarled really meanly at our neighbor, and the neighbor's dog intervened and also got real mad at Willow. So she has been skulking. She is sulking, sorry. She's been both skulking and sulking. She's been sulking. Forged in the fires of orange. What screw am I putting on this thing? B4? Which one is B4? Wait a minute. Is there a size chart on this thing? Oh my god, they show the same... Wait. They show it drilling into the same model kit as on the box. Ah, look at that. That's funny. That's really cute, actually. That's really cute. All right, is there like a screw guide on this thing? There's no sort of screw guide. We're just told B4. I don't know which one B4 is. It looks like a very tiny one. Oh, wait. 2x2. Oh, I see. Okay, so I'm supposed to use the actual size manual to measure the screw. That is it. Okay, I guessed correctly. Machines building machines. How perverse. Okay, and other Star Wars lines. This guy right here. Actually, this is too small for this Phillips head, so I need a slightly larger. You want to use the largest one you got that fits, because otherwise the Phillips head screw was invented in order to cam out when it got to torque. And they've kind of forgotten that over time. And instead of camming out when it gets to torque, it will simply strip now because cheap materials. Why is this so difficult? I need 3 hands in order to do this. Maybe I'm just inept. Maybe that's what's going on here. Oh, you know what? Actually, wait a minute. Oh, I'm looking at it from the wrong angle. Yeah, right. Okay, so this thing facing out this way. I'm getting a lot of cramps lately. I'm getting my side is cramping. I don't know how the hell I slept. I must have been like on a coat hanger or something. For some reason, one foot was on top of the other, and that was enough to make it feel like today I have kicked a kettlebell. I was taking Willow for a walk, and I'm like, damn, this hurts. What did I do? I think I just slept on it weird. I don't think I like tripped and fell or anything. I would have remembered. Ah! Maybe I'm sleepwalking, kicking kettlebells in the dark. It's true. Wouldn't be a model kit if it didn't have something to just fundamentally annoy you. So that should... Oh, wait, I did something wrong already. Yeah, it needs to be off 90 degrees. Ay, ay, ay. Just because of the orientation of the instructions I didn't pay attention to. Come on, man! Surely, what age is this? What age group are we in here? This is a 10-year-old and up. Copyright 1999. Huh. Tamiya Incorporated, and then there's the address. Tamiya America in Irvine, California. I got an item number, but I don't know what age group this is for. It may not be all that different from a selector switch, although the selector switch is, I think there's a barrel that it's attached to. There's like a whole barrel thing. This is using the plastic, the springiness of the plastic, in order to provide a little ball detent. So there's a ball molded into the bottom of this thing, into this internal piece, that fits into these detents and gives you that AR selector switch feel. Oh, needs to be a little tighter. I know the pacing of this is abysmal, but I need to be kind of a silly guy as I do this. I need to be kind of a silly guy, and I need to be entertaining and all that stuff. So you guys got to give me the benefit of the doubt there. That's a nice click feel for being just a ball against plastic. That'll probably wear over time, but I don't know when I'll be using the lock on this. Always be safe. What? I can almost get to the spinning part just by my giant American hands. All right, let's get this out of the way so it's not totally taking up the backdrop. So, all right, next we do the shaft stopper. I love the names of some of this stuff. Shaft stopper, okay. So that would be B7, and then this is a physical thing. Oh, look at that, it's metal. We got a metal shaft stopper, how about that? Why is it, anyway. Oh, I see, because it's a button. That's so you can lock it, so you can screw it in and out. Right. Roy. So that goes in there. It's an actual metal button. Look at that guy. He's just hanging out. All right, so then that gets a spring around it. And then B7, which is this thing, the actual shaft stopper. Or no, that's just the spring detent. So the spring is fighting against this, huh? And then the little pin goes into the one of these Jiminy Johns up here. Since there's a second one coming in the mail, we're gonna very quickly move up to powerful motors on this thing. I think this thing will do really great in some very specific circumstances, like you know, especially when we are perf boarding something, when we're using the perforated prototyping board in order to build a semi-permanent circuit, which I do a lot. Now, I was discussing this in the Discord earlier with the advent of easy CAD, as well as, you know, fairly amazing professional CAD software that is not only free but readily available, and all of these panelized ultra cheap circuit board printing services. You can have professional circuit boards on even the dinkiest of projects. So all the stuff that we do in order to perforated prototype, all those skills, I'm throwing in the bin. I'm throwing them out. I don't need the skills anymore. I can just build circuit boards forever. They're $5 each. $5 for 5 sometimes. It's a mad new world. It's a crazy time. Screw in fully. Got it. I live my life by that creed. First, yeah. Oh, sorry. I keep reading the same comments and thinking that they're new. I'm glad for Social Stream Ninja though, because we can have both chats up, and I still have to have the regular windows open in order to moderate them, but I can have both of them in one window, and I can have them vanish from screen after a short time. So we've got much cleaner visuals now, and you guys don't need to see that my chat is dead. I'm not popular. My chat is dead. So this is the trigger. Can I put a match trigger in this thing? Nice little... Oh yeah, that's how the lock works. It just physically puts a thing in the path. Oh, I see. So down is actually locked. That is just like an AR, isn't it? Down is safety, and then forward is the bullets coming out of the front. And so that's how you remember how to switch. Oh, your AR-15. And then my side cramps. What the heck? Oh, yeah. I'm dealing with. For some reason, I'm dealing with all the fun parts of diabetes today, which is foot pain and random Charlie horse cramps on weird muscles. And for some reason, this one's on my side, on my right side. So I definitely slept weird. Yeah, come to O'Bother stream. He's going to complain about being an old man and sleeping funny. I can relate. My audience is older than I am. All right. Streaming is stupid. It's fun, though. Get to see all kinds of cool stuff. So we need all of these little bars. I think these hold up parts of the circuit. They're doing like a automotive thing, where if they need a flat, organized set of like wiring, they will simply cut metal pieces out of a sheet and then mold plastic around it. And then in 23 years, some snot-nosed streaming boy is going to run into that when the ground shorts out or melts. The Opather retirement home live stream. I think there are some very old streamers out there. I mean like legitimately like old people. What in the hell is this thing? Is this the right part for that? Yes, it is. No, it's not. This is a different part. Where is the right part then? Plot thickens. Or is the second pin... It's got to be the right part. And we also need this. So we'll get this out. Should probably be using flush cutters. These are more flesh cutters than anything else. There we go. This is where I permanently break one of the parts that I need in order for this thing to function. We all know it. So we got a brass collar piece here. Is that what goes on there? Bushing, yeah. So brass bushing. That goes, I see, so that's for the screw. And then I need a washer. They don't tell you what washer it is. They just say 2 millimeter. And then the screw is, I believe, this one. That's the screw. Screw in fully. So that's the sprung piece. And then I've got... Where'd that other piece go? I got this thing down here. There's like a big post on this thing, and I don't see it on the... Is that just supposed to go like that, I guess? That's what it looks like. Like it's grease and no bushing. It just gets greased. Get greased, fool. And then that screws into that post right there. Oh man, they had to make this as frustrating as possible, didn't they? So instead of putting a spring behind the lever, they're putting it on this piece here and springing it. Man. New Twitch category, just living. Well, dying is against toss. So, you know, you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to die. Twitch didn't allow... Damn it, my joke just evaporated in my brain. Twitch is like, I didn't order you to die. There we go, that's what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for. Although the voice is not... That wasn't a good one. So the fact that they're assembling it this way and using the plastic as the retaining nut for the screw means that I got to put the screw through a whole bunch of stuff, and that just makes it extremely frustrating, especially when dealing with springs. So I have to hold everything into this. Even putting it down just temporarily is enough. There's a snap ring. I see a snap ring over there. Oh boy. I haven't seen, like, YouTube apparently can do, and like Twitch can do live takedowns of streams. Of course, we don't operate in that space. I think the live takedowns are there simply for snubbing copyrighted material. Like if a streamer is just playing a movie, right? They probably are able to do. Okay, all right. That is annoying. There's a bushing under this thing that's going to fall out, but then I got to get this thing positioned on top, and I got to get it on these pegs. I think I can do the pegs second. If I just get the screw started, I think that'll get me most of to where I need to be, and then I can seat the spring properly and do all that. It's just I needed to just stay like that right now. Can't get my big hands in there. Oh boy, we're off by a little bit. There we go. Oh. Okay, 1 or 2 turns, and then I can position everything to where it needs to be. Now that it's all held in place by that screw. Get back here. I don't know if this big post is supposed to be part of this thing. I haven't removed it, but it's definitely not in the... Oh, no, yes, it is in the instructions. Sorry. I just didn't see it properly. Didn't see it properly. All right, let's see here. That on there. I didn't put grease on this. I don't think this is getting grease. And then that goes in front of this. Oh, I still need to seat the front of this thing. Well, that's going to ruin everything. Hold on. This goes up and over and onto this piece of plastic here. And that popped this thing off. God, this design is a little bit annoying. So then we seat that part of the spring, and then I'll tighten this thing down all the way. As I'm tightening, get it caught in the catch. Is that too big? Well, it's the smallest one I have. Don't have any smaller. Oh, these screws are very cheap. Oh yeah, unlock the trigger mechanism. There it is. What did you say? What did you say about convoluted? What was that you just said? I think that's all the way in. Ah, it doesn't need grease. Okay, so we got that in. What's next? That was the entire trigger mechanism. So if I lock it, bada bing, can't turn it on or off. Cool. Well, no, it's locked in the off position, obviously. Okay, who's next? Drill shaft, plastic bearing. Let's see if we can solve that problem right now. What would that need? So that goes with the C-clamp and the drill shaft. So that's actually the main operation of the drill. And we've done a little bit of stuff with bearings on stream, so I do happen to have leftover parts. But do we have the right size to match up to this plastic bearing? We do have all kinds, but bearings can be very specific. That might be just a little bit too big. That needs to fit where? Is this the initial thrust bearing? Yeah, so that goes all the way up here. Yeah, that's a little too big. That's a minuscule difference between sizes, too. Not surprising, but it's also just a, you know, it's a thing. I do have bearings for RC cars, but I think they're all going to be too small. And this is the exact same size, yeah. So it's possible that I do not have the proper bearing, and we'll just have to use what's already there. Bearings are so specific. No two designs are using the same bearing, and it bugs me. The reason that I like religiously buy the Air King fans is because there is one moving part in that fan, and that's the spindle. And the spindle has two bearings on it in order to let it spin. Those two bearings are skateboard-sized bearings. So you can just get a pack of like super duper ceramic whatever bearings, and if you've got a gear puller and a wheel, then you can completely refurbish your fan, because usually what will happen is over time the grease will be worked out of the fan, and then the bearing will end up killing itself. Can I use the shoulder bearing here? Nah. I mean, it'll fit in, but I don't think that's good. You're using a specific like slippery nylon for it. I guess we don't get to have ball bearings in this one. unless I really cram one of these things in there. Oh, even still, it's not fitting this properly, so... Nope, that's out. Need a very specific bearing that I don't have. Okay, just wanted to check. See, my gears are made out of red. I don't know red versus orange, but you know, the orangium that makes up these gears, I think, is different from the Canadian red that makes that up. They say made in Canada on those things. I meant to do stuff with those gears. I haven't really had a project for them, though. Remove flash. Okay, apparently. That came off clean. That's interesting. Here, let's get one on the... Orange has a big red component to it, so the camera is super duper emphasizing the color, at least in the one view. Look at that. That comes off completely clean. I should clean that up a little bit. It does feel like a slightly different plastic from everything else. Likely it's very brittle, but very tough. Slick up a plastic bearing with ceramic car coat. I don't really know what this, I don't know anything about this, like, Cerakote stuff. I know a friend of mine from Virginia, from an old workplace, did Cerakote his car when he started making those big contract. I never made the big contractor bucks. I could barely afford an apartment when I lived there, but apparently he got into the tier of making big contractor bucks, and one of the first things he did, he bought a new car and then he Cerakoted it, and apparently it's just clean. It's just always super clean. But in order to prep for the Cerakote, apparently you have to do a whole bunch of cleaning. You got to be real cautious because that stuff will lock in dirt. I never really looked into it because I always have a dirty car. I do take it to the car wash every now and then, and you know, I've got all the stuff I need in order to keep it really, really clean, but it lives outside, and outdoor cars are unfortunately subject to quite a lot of dirt stress, especially during fall, when all of my drain vents clog up, and I'm wondering why my car is rusty, because water has been held against surfaces that have weak paint, 20-year-old paint. Okay, so the instructions are telling me that what I need to do is to put this through like this, and then get a little bit of grease, You grease it up. So now we're actually getting the grease out. Put a little bit on the inside, a little bit on the drive shaft. Drill shaft, I should say. It's not a nothing is driving here. It's not a drive shaft. It is a drill shaft. Get it right. There's nothing in here. Okay. It's like, it's just an empty container of grease. I should probably use the red grease on this then. I have a syringe with grease in it. Not something you want to admit that you have on a first date, but you know. This goes in here. Nice and greasy. Nicey nice. Okay, and then the first one is, which one is that? Oh, I see. So the progression, okay, here's the progression. So bearing on there, and then we do gear washer something or other. Where's that? Is that metal? C5? No. Okay, so start at the beginning. We have the... Oh, I see. This goes on the end? So this one goes all the way on the end now. Like that. And then the circlip goes on... Oh boy, here we go. Here we go with these evil frickin' things. E-clips were invented by Satan as a weapon against makers and builders and hobbyists. They're designed to kill. And they hold the energy of a sun in the spring force. while it would be nice to be able to just push on it from here, I've probably got to involve pliers. Yeah, we got to involve pliers. I do have a pair of E-clip pliers, but these are too small. So I'm going to use these, my wire stripping pliers, which are far more useful than one would think they would be. But I'm going to try not to send this thing into orbit. Oh boy. Try not to break the plastic around it either. Whew. Okay, we managed to scrape through that one with our lives barely intact. They defy gravity and the speed limit of the universe simultaneously as they break apart into a billion pieces, or, well, not break apart into a billion, they send themselves, they hurl themselves across your workspace with a fervence that you have not yet experienced and likely defies the fundamental laws of physics. Which one? This one's the... Oh, great. Oh, C4 is the end bearing. Okay, so this one's the end bearing, and this one's the... All right, so this one here, and just make sure that I trim the little bits off of it. There's no bitch. Okay. So we get a washer on this, and then a clip. There's the washer. A little bit of grease as well. Supposed to be grease on both sides? Well, there's a little bit of grease there that's left over. So just give that other part a bit. See, they want you to use the grease everywhere, but they don't give you enough to get it out of this little tube. Oh, great. Just mess that one up. Well, we'll use that later. Now, this is an adapter. There we go. And also just something to hold it in place. No, it's the right gear. It's the right gear. That's the right one. We go into... Yeah, I have been making sure that it's the right... These are the right parts. This whole thing gets grease, huh? Okay. Now I can't touch it with my hands. I got grease on the desk. Try to get that blob to distribute. Now everything is greased now. I can't escape. Okay, so it's the shorter one that we're putting in here. And that just goes directly in, and then the preceding, the end cap one goes on. That needs to get a little bit of grease. Should be leftover grease. Oh god, that was too much. Far too much. How is there still some left in there? I don't get that. Okay, so that's this mechanical shaft with its freewheeling gears. The main mechanism goes in here. Oops, bearing in the right spot. So yeah, the main thrust bearing of this thing is a piece of plastic, and I don't happen to have that particular size of bearing on me. Grease and glitter. Oh my god. You got grease on my glitter. You got glitter on my grease. And they just start kissing. All right, let's do this now. We get this shaft and we grease it up. And then this thing. Am I allowed to show this on Twitch? Is this the new meta? Okay, and then that goes right down like this for a nice little reduction. Get some potatoes in there. You got a stew going. Excuse me, sir. Sir? Excuse me, sir. There we go. Nice little gear reduction there to give it torque. So that little DC motor can go absolutely psycho. And then a little bit of grease on the teeth. Grease on the teeth. Used to play bass for grease on the teeth. True. Yeah, I'm actually under contract to show it that way. It's like you squeeze the tube all the way, and then it just fires out a huge thing of grease. Thing is doing a lot of work as a word in that sentence, but... Ooh, that's smooth. Man. There's like a nice little grease resistance going on there. All right. Nice and greasy. That stuff is disgusting. Yeah, wait, is anti-seize just grease and glitter? Did we accidentally reverse engineer antifreeze? Check to see that my chats are okay. Oh, YouTube is way behind. What was that chat message? Long crash organisms all the way over on the other channel communicating. All right, let's see. Yeah, the YouTube is so far behind. I don't know why that falls behind by like minutes. Like right now I'm looking at myself on that little feed window and I'm on face cam. What are you planning to use this model kit to drill for? How fucking dare you ask me that? I don't know. This thing will probably be pretty good on circuit boards. Did they give me extra washers and clips? I think they did. You only need one, but they gave you extras just in case. That's pretty funny. They know at this point what's going to happen. All right, so now's the moment when the whole thing comes together. But where'd the trigger spring, oh, I see, it goes down here with this other cover. So this thing, the last piece left, the very last. Should have been using these the whole time, but I decided to use the knife. Yeah, why is it so far behind? Did you click? Oh yeah, that too. Yeah, I always forget that. Where is that button? Yeah, now that's up to date. I remember last time we were troubleshooting something and it didn't have, like I didn't know about the live icon or I forgot about it. And so I was looking at it, I'm like, man, it's so far behind. It's because I didn't click the live icon. Very simple problem there. But it's sneaky. It doesn't really show you that. What's my motivation here? Oh, I see, this goes in vertically. So this remaining contact, the battery to battery contact, is released by this. So this goes this way. Where are these arrows pointing me? To this corner? Doesn't make any sense. Wait. Oh, it goes to that little nub. I see. And this goes above the nub. No, that doesn't seem quite right. Oh, okay, so there's a big plastic thing that it goes on. I see. This little tab down here. There, now that's in the appropriate spot. So when you push the trigger, what exactly is supposed to be happening here? Oh, I see. When this falls into the thing, then that'll actually pivot it forward. So it makes that second battery contact using that, which means if I wanted to put a LiPo in this thing, I would have to do it a little differently. There we go. This is just guiding. God, it's all made strange. This design is strange because the battery contact is so like gentle and rudimentary, but then this stuff is designed. It's very much like this company makes like little cars, little toy cars that go very fast, right? They're sort of repeating some of those design principles here, and instead, like this is just kind of a weird way to do a switch. I don't know why they would do that, but they've got all this mechanism behind it too. I don't know exactly how to phrase what I'm trying to say here, because it's I don't know. I don't know exactly how to put it. Let's just leave it at that. But it's interesting to see. I mean, it's a unique design. Can't get patent trolled by this one for sure. Oh, no. Now all these gears need bolstering so that the motor, because the motor's putting up a bit of a resistance there when it's snapped into place. So all this stuff is going to pop out if I spin it. But now I can put the top cover on. Right. Okay, top cover. Boop, 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 boop. What is wrong with my brain? Why did I do this? Yeah, something like a micro switch in here, I guess is... I mean, they didn't use any external parts except for the motor. It doesn't feel expensive, but it wasn't expensive. I should put a dummy weight inside of this thing so it feels like a rich person drill. Also, I've got all these washers left over. I'm a little concerned about that. Let me review if I'm missing any washers anywhere. We got that one. The only other washer is this one. Maybe they just came with a lot of extras. It just seems like a large number of washers that I have extra in here. But very simple. It's funny, they show all of these with the flashing still on them. But then they say remove flash, but they've got all the flash on these. That's strange. Maybe I guess at that point in the instructions, nobody did that. Yeah, and they didn't want you to have to do wiring. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, nothing else uses washers. I don't understand why I got so many in the kit. Ooh, one thing I don't like is the way the screws feel. They feel like they're going to cam out, and I have trouble getting a good sense of how tight I've gotten them because the plastic that they're going into hasn't been broken in yet. There's no threads on it. So they're relying on quite a bit of mechanical pressure to keep your screws in. I guess they could have provided screws that have a little cut in the front that will machine their own threads. Even in 3D printing, I don't like it to be this tight of a fit. I guess you get used to it. Yeah, because I have no sense of where the bottoming out is. Like this one's still loose. There we go. It just feels like it's going to strip the screws at any second. Packaged by weight, I guess so. Still rattling. Yeah, this one just isn't tight. Why is this not... Maybe I need a larger... It feels too much like it's about to strip. It's concerning me, so I need a larger screw bit. So I got to bring in this thing. Bring in the screw driver kit. Get a nice big old screwdriver here with a flat front. That'll probably get in there a lot better. Oh yeah, that feels much better. Yeah, now I don't feel like I have to press down. Where's your plastic welder? I've been meaning to get like a plastic knife. Why is it rattling? I think it's that washer there that's rattling. Oh, this too. That needs to be properly captured. What's going on right there? There's something going on right there. Well, that's where the rattling's coming from anyway. Probably should grease it all up. Looks like it's captured, but yeah, I need to get rid of the rattle from that washer. So let's do that right now. Now that I've got a screwdriver that fits these things, we can pop it open again. What was that? Something weird. That felt strange. When a metallic strip works in 1970, why update it? I guess, because then you just need a plate stamping thing instead of wiring and all that stuff. Yeah, my brain's not braining so good today, so we're doing this. Plus, it's like the perfect time to do it, because it's what we're working on. We're doing model kit stuff. Which one of y'all is rattling? Oh, it's actually this down here is rattling. How do I stop you from rattling? I don't think there's much of a way, unless I put a little, like... Let's just make sure that I did this correctly. Where's that part of the instructions? Yeah, I did that correctly. It's just the part itself is rattling around. I guess when I get batteries in there, it won't rattle. So this one is not rattling. Okay. All right, yeah. So when I get batteries in here, it won't make a rattling noise. And then later I can put a lithium-ion charger. I can put a 4-volt battery in here. A 1S. Actually, what I do want to do, I want to put like a barrel plug in here, but I don't know how. The trigger mechanism won't work anymore if I do that, unless I put a switch on it. Oh yeah, I can't use this one. This one. Yeah, that feels like it's driving the screw instead of you know, loosely falling into the center of it. When you get a matching Phillips head, it's just such a different experience. $18-volt DeWalt hookup. I mean, I've got the what is it? If I really wanted to get crazy with the 3D printing, I have this thing. That again, Mahalo sent in for the electric screwdriver, the 8-volt max. I think that just load up into there, like click, and then I could use that. That would actually be kind of a cool little mod. And then I could hold it and go, click, locked and loaded. Oh yeah, there we go. Click. That'd actually be pretty funny. That would be pretty funny. Can we get a GrabCAD model of the 8-volt max battery pack? And then I would have to put some kind of a, like a potentiometer on this. It's not scope creep, that's just scope. Scope creep would be putting an accelerometer in there. Hold on, I'm just getting the window open. And I'm gonna go to... Oh, it sized itself based on that. Man, give me back my window. GrabCAD. Library. What is it? It was called 8V Max, right? Yeah. DeWalt 8V Max. So we'll just search DeWalt and see if we can find any of those battery packs. Doesn't look like it. Oh, it's a chain gun or a minigun. Okay. Cool. Come on, where's the 8V Max? Because that would just be the where did the pages go? How come I can't search? I can't go to page... Okay, we'll hit back and then we'll go down here and go to page 3. They need to do a little work on their web page. Oh, page 3 just straight up doesn't... Okay, there we go. We'll do DeWalt battery, I guess. Whenever you're ready, Bubby. Is this... Oh, this is the search. Okay. All right, that narrowed it down a little bit. More likely, only 2 pages. Nah, it doesn't look like the model's in there. Huh, that's annoying. Yeah, printing the whole entire outside body, because it's not like you cut it. You would need the whole structure, which is not really going to happen. Anyway, it's just a fun idea. Do a 8V Max mod so I could load this thing like it's a cartridge. Clunk. I mean, it's 2 18650s basically. That would be cool. Anyway, not gonna do it. Not today. Not without a GrabCAD model. We still got some funky stuff to do this. Also, another way to make it battery powered is to put a dummy battery in there. And Tamiya actually used to sell dummy batteries. They would come with their slot car kits, and it was basically 2 gray battery shells and a brass rod. And so that would make the contact of your battery, and you could put fewer cells in your slot car, and I don't know, save money. I don't know. But what that enables you to do now, and you can, of course, stuff like that exists on Thingiverse and stuff like that. So I could print up a dummy battery and put that in here, and then I could do 1 lithium-ion battery, and then that would take it to a little over the voltage that it's supposed to be at, but I think 1S is somewhat acceptable for these Tamiya motors. Feeling lucky. All right, let's get something like this in there. Oop. Okay, that just immediately popped up, and we'll get batteries in it in a sec. Just a sec. Und. Second. There was a drill bit right here. Oh, there it is. Magnets. It's always magnets. All right, fully functional miniature drill. And then you've got the little catch, which I can't find. There it is. So that I can tighten it. We'll use their drill bit, the one that they sent with the model kit. I swear, I think that they had to include a drill bit because they show one on the cover. I don't know what the legalese is behind that, but it's just what I feel like. It's like, who buys a drill for the 1 drill bit that they provide you with? Little Timmy's first electric drill. You have him build it as like a little 10-year-old's model clip, and then he's real sad when, although you remembered to include it under the tree with batteries, they didn't provide you with a drill bit. And so your boy throws a tantrum. But I think because they showed that, they had to include it with the kit. All right, let me find double A's. What do we got in the battery drawer over here? I forgot there was a Tim in the chat. All right, we got a couple double A's in here. Not too many. I do have a lot of lithium-ion batteries in here. And also, if we really wanted to juice up the voltage, I've got about 1,000 coin cells from when we took apart a bunch of Omnipods. My insulin pump uses coin cells, and although it claims that it uses up all of the battery during its operation, there's quite a bit of voltage left in those things. I wonder what kind of volts we'd see out of a string of those. Make a whole like Van der Graaf doesn't involve batteries. There was a YouTube video where the guy was exploiting just lining up tons and tons of batteries, and I feel like I could repeat everything that they do, but out of my insulin pump battery collection. Hey, that's pretty handy. Wow, that's really crooked. That's wait a minute. Man, that thing, it makes a lot of noise. That seems to be okay. Boy, this thing is loud. All right, let's see here. See if I can correct the wobble, or if it's a wobbly drill bit. You think it's a wobbly drill bit? That's better. So There's the motor. With slightly heavier plastic, this thing would be a lot quieter. There's also, I mean, it's just an ambient air vent in the side. There's nothing to move air inside of this thing. Can it drill through itself? Dun, dun, dun. Pretty nice. Of course, this is still what they advertise it for, is drilling through weak plastic. Although that's kind of what I'll do with it. It stalled a little bit there. Let's try it for something I'm going to use it more often for. Now, actually, if there was less of a gear reduction on this thing, it would be good for the purposes that I need it for. Although the torque is important, having it go really, really fast would be better for drilling circuit boards. We have ways of making it go fast. We need things that make us go. Just a scrap of tough circuit board, some FR4 on a nice tiny little board. I got ways to get this thing to go faster. Although, man, I'm really, like, this thing is built like a Walther, right? So it should have just this little battery pack. You just lock and load into the thing. You feel like James Bond, only in your shop. It should have that. Why can't I have that? Okay, let's see. Take a look at how it does this. Just hand drilling a circuit board flatly from the side with me holding the little tiny circuit board, begging for it to get caught and flipped over and cut my hand. But this is how I do, so. Okay, there's one of our answers. It sounds like a Primus when it does that. So that didn't work. Try again. Yeah. And it's the coupling too. Well, let's really give it a little bit of torque here. And then we'll take it apart and put a much more powerful motor in it. Yeah, no, yeah. No, yeah, no. No, yeah, no. Yeah, no. Now I could also file the leading edge of this so that it would be better for plastic. I don't know if that means it would be better for circuit board, but I'm putting like no torque into it now. Before I was pushing it down a little bit. Now I'm just letting it chip away a little bit. Yeah. It's gonna start smoking if I let it do that. So apparently this is the coupling. The slip mechanism is in this thing's inability to fully super duper grip down on this thing. What is the drill meant for? I think just little holes in plastic. Little holes in plastic like this. I mean, Tamiya shows it in multiple pictures. See, nice and easy. They show it in this picture here, drilling through a really confusing looking model. I don't know what the hell that thing is supposed to be. But then they also show it in the instructions. Drilling through the same model. They have the same model in there twice. What are they doing to this poor model? They just keep drilling holes in it. Plastic and wood, wear eye protection. So circuit board is a little too tough for this thing. Although, you know, a larger drill bit might also have, you know, be gripped better. So where are my thermals? Wait a minute. What are you doing up there? Where are you, thermals? I should be turning these off in between streams. Well, hey, what is Gundams are PLA, aren't they? Because Gunpla is the subreddit for building them. Gun PLA. Thermals. They were just off for some reason. Properties. deactivate, activate. Bada bing. Where's my thermals? All right, I gotta unplug it, plug it back in. Ooh, the plug feels a little weird. That get ripped out somewhere? It's got power. I can hear it doing stuff. No, yeah, it does. It's very specific about the materials. That's why I read that. Where are my thermals? Pro webcam, pure thermal, deactivate, wait, activate. There they are. Thermal imaging, yeah. Obviously the motor is getting a little toasty. I think though it would do fine with FR4 if this was a little bit more grippy. Let's find a slightly larger drill bit than what they provided us and see how that does. We're not done testing. I have not released you from testing. You're mine. Okay, let's get this over here. Gotta realize that my voice is a lot higher than I think it is for when I do funny little voices. I was talking about that at the beginning of stream. I guess that won't get muted anymore, so I shouldn't retread the stuff that I've already talked about as much. This is a slightly larger, albeit much longer drill bit, so for comedy purposes, that'll be perfect. We'll try that out. Boy howdy, does that provided drill bit seem to be out of very weak material. I think it is the bare minimum that they have to provide in order to give you exactly what's on the cover of this. I wonder if any of their kits, like what, they show it on a weird model, just kind of drilling through it miscellaneously. I wonder if they have a particular, like if there's a particular model line in mind for this tool. Like what's gonna make people go out and buy this, aside from Adam Savage having one on his stream. So that's tightened in. God, it's a really angry sounding motor too. They were like, well, we got a bunch of these kinds of motors. How do we use these in an electric drill? Oops, hold on, let me get over here. My window is behind another window. I can't see who's talking. Battery substance being cut by a razor and it was metal bits. What? All right, let's see here. When it grips, that's what we're looking to see what happens. Yeah, nope. Even with slightly more torque. And I don't have like a reverse button on it, so I can't, yeah, see, it's once it tries to bite in with the pitch of the drill, like it's really supposed to be able to use this in order to shave off that material, and so it's forcing it through basically an auger with a blade on one side. When it tries to do that, it's too much torque, and this thing can't overcome that force. It needs to do that last little shaving bit in order to pop out from the other side. I can't do it in the other direction. Ah! Jeez. Mini electric screwdrivers around that size that can drill plenty well. Yeah, these I think will run you $40. But if you got a lot of little drilling to do, I have one of those electric screwdrivers also sent in by Mahalo. And I think that one would probably be able to do this if I put a shuck in the end. Do I have a shuck? I don't think I do. I don't think I actually do. Ah, this thing's kind of cool though. It's the problem is that it can't grip this drill bit any harder than it already is. You would expect it to go until it stalls the motor, but the grip of this collar, this coupling here is just not enough to really hold this at its maximum torque. Let's get a completely irresponsible motor to use in this thing and see what happens. We're gonna go completely ham. And I guess in order to drill out circuit boards in the future, I don't know if I want to use the electric screwdriver to do that because it's slow. You really want speed with those things though. That's the thing. I don't know how you would get that speed, but you know, out of this. Out of this, I mean, it's like, if you want like a circuit board drill, it practically should be coming directly off of the motor. That may be too high speed. Usually PCB drills are very high speed though. Now I have Primus stuck in my head. And them plastic looking cowboy looking guys marching around my brain. Get out of my brain! I don't want no cowboys in my brain. Alright, let's get that thing over there. Okay, he's out of the way. And we still can't overcome the torque that's required by adding a different motor, but we can think we can. We can proceed under the impression that this will somehow solve everything. Yeah, the router version, would that have a different gear ratio? I don't know. Their insistence on using these dinky little Tamiya motors is part of the problem. That is a really nice gear train, though. That is a really, I mean, geez, that is smooth. It's had a minute to distribute all the grease. I know the fiberglass likes high speed, but doesn't copper like low speed. I wouldn't be drilling copper with it, I don't think. Although I know the traces are copper, but they're infinitesimal compared to the power of the force. This is a smooth gear train. It's actually really nice. Feels good. Even with a bearing there, it wouldn't make much of a difference. It's a big ratio. Okay, so if we want to jump directly into the entirely irresponsible realm, well, no, that motor rusted over. I don't know what's up with that one. I've got a couple motors here, and one of them is a yellow. Tamiya yellow. The black motor is the most powerful one, though, and it requires new bearings at an alarming rate. On the packaging for the thing, it said, switch out the bearings after each use. It's like, what? There it is. I think I got to try it in one of the models. Basically what they do is the spindles get more and more material and fewer turns. So you end up, I guess, with more energy flowing through each coil. And that's what makes these just absolutely blast through your batteries and also through your wall. This was on a 2S battery pack, and it burnt out and exploded. I think this was a green. I don't remember which one this was. This, I think, was from our high voltage testing of my new at the time, power supply, and I got this up to 50 volts before it died. It basically extruded its, it machined away its own bearing. I keep these up there so that when I do wiring of stuff, I can grab a thing and very quickly use it. Now, does this one still even spin? It still spins. We could go totally irresponsible on this. This motor is banned in competition. Dun, dun, dun. Banned in competition. This one is not, although I have soldered to it, which is not great. Yeah, this is the mount that I created in Fusion in order to allow for adjusting of gear ratios and stuff like that. But we ended up going in a completely different direction with the project. Look, there's another servo. Geez, how many of those do I have? This is the backup RC car from the other one. Slot cars. These, so the 1/24th RC is one thing. The reason that I was using these motors is because they were the same thing that was used in the Mario Kart home circuit. And the original goal was to take Mario Kart home circuit and like super cheat by putting our own like differential. This doesn't have a differential. You know, we put a differential in there. I'd make a 4-wheel drive one that was able to have like a suspension, which this also doesn't have. So we were going to super cheat at Mario Kart home circuit, not by putting a more powerful, I mean, we ended up getting powerful motors, not just by putting a more powerful motor in there, but also putting all kinds of like race car principles, because this is built on the back of a 1/24th scale RC car. We didn't get around to that, unfortunately. Now, I could try to juice this thing up and make it all crazy and just a normal remote control car, but I haven't decided what to do with that yet. We'll get back to that one someday. That's why I have all of these little crazy motors. But 1/24th scale RC cars they're using like 3-phase motors, like that thing over there. Tamiya is insistent on using these guys because you don't need that much power in your model, in your plastic model. I mean, we need that much power, but typically the consumer. So they sell a bunch of different motors, and they've got just different sized windings, and so they've got different power and torque and whatever RPMs. The RPMs until you reach hysteresis on the thing. So I bought a couple of them, and it was a big waste of money because we didn't end up going in that direction. But now I can put them in my drill right here. Actually, does this one even fit? Oh yeah, it fits. There's one for standardization. This thing is going to blow up the drill. I've got another one coming in the mail, so not really so much a backup as just trying a different one. But I don't know. That's funny. It fits perfectly. Where's Short Lurker to see this? They don't exactly let you show off the motor, do they? All right, well, this thing is in, I don't know why it's all corroded like this. I don't think I've used it in a model yet. Did we put this in anything? No, because there would be solder on the lugs. The only thing we've done is look up these brushes and how shortly they live. Oh, we need this thing that's going to get shredded. There we go. I wish I could play with gear ratios on this, but this is so stupid. It's a very powerful motor. What do we think is going to happen? Got any predictions, chat? Oh, that can screw in more. Requires a different bit. Drill's the bit breaker. This one's the bearing burner. Oh yeah, so we haven't looked at this in a while. One thing that really annoys me, Dyson vacuums, they said their brushless technology does not use carbon brushes and has a smaller carbon footprint as a result. Which is just the most marketing wank thing I think I've ever read. It like broke my brain. They're saying that because there are not carbon brushes, which is what the motor has in order to electrically contact the coils, right? It's got brushes that contact, I forget what these are called, the contacts for the that the brushes hit, but they're carbon brushes so that they don't wear away and so that they slip on the motor shaft without too much friction. And so they wear away over time, and you get these long carbon brushes that come with these motors like this and other similar DC motors, right? It's a totally normal thing, and yeah, there's a little bit of carbon coming out of the back of this thing. That's not what carbon emissions are. When you say carbon emissions in relation to like a product, it's like, how much carbon is this thing letting out? Like, I just, oh my God, I hate Dyson so much. Dyson doesn't even ever think of me, but stuff like that, man, it's so misleading. So you think same result, different pitch noise, gears will shred. Oh boy. It's quite a motor. I used a similar, the green one, the one that is blown up on the 1/28 scale RC car, and that made it like go crazy. It was really fast. I wonder if popping open the Mario Kart home circuit and just putting in like the green or the yellow motor would make a big difference. I can't believe how much greenhouse gas that motor's. Yeah, exactly. Nobody's considering when you say stuff like that. They say, "Oh, so it's lower energy." No. It just doesn't emit carbon. You're like, what do you? It's an electric motor. Yeah, but it doesn't emit carbon. You're misleading me. Communicator, yes, thank you. Commutator? It's commutator, not communicator. I studied motors in college. I've forgotten so much about motors. I just don't remember. Are you my son? I'm scared of this thing now. I gotta put a drill bit in it to test. You know? Put the little shorty guy back in there. Commutator! You communist potato. I kind of don't want to hold on to the circuit board anymore. I think I need a larger piece of FR4 to test on. Oh my god, this bin is completely out of control. I bought a new kit of circuit boards, so it's like bursting at the seams. We use stuff like that fairly often. You know, I go through iterations of a design with that. All right. I don't want to try this. That really is not that much faster. Is anything getting warm? No. It seems like it's not crazy. It's just going normal. Aw, all the gear reduction keeps it from going psycho. Let's see what we get here. The problem is this will stall the motor, and so generate a ton of heat and potentially break everything. What the heck? It's worse! Yeah, I think it needs power in order to go... Or we might be at the limit of what the AA cell can do. Well, I mean, that managed eventually. Try that again. Also with these, yeah, it really does need a better collet. With this motor, the brushes are going to be gone, and the batteries are going to wear out too quickly. At least get something done. Is it heating up my motor? A little bit on the metal. Not much, though. So using the most powerful motor that I have did not do all that much, huh? Also, I don't know what the state of these AA's are. That worked. That worked pretty... Oh, it's a nice hole, too. I don't say that very often, chat. That's a very nice hole that you have there. You should be proud. That's a very clean, like, that's not what the hand drill holes look like. I mean, I can't exactly find a new collet because it's part of the main shaft here. The only thing I could do is find a slightly larger... Oh, we tried that. I mean, I found a larger drill bit. Yeah, I don't know about chemical processes. Yeah, it's just a very weak grip on the bit. And unfortunately, it's weak enough that it probably saves the internals by slipping there instead of stalling them. If this motor stalls, the brushes are probably as good as gone. Hello? 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 I mean, it might just be that it's ever so slightly faster. Collet isn't threaded on. I mean, yeah, there's threads. There's also a lock button. Yeah, the lock button allows you to really torque it down, but yeah, I don't know. I think this drill bit might be just really not good. This would be the primary job of this drill, so, in this shop. Maybe occasionally something on a 3D printed thing, but, you know, if I have to do anything more than this, I'm gonna go get the DeWalt. All right, let's say we have brand new batteries. Brand spanking new. How do we inject power? I guess that goes directly to the motor. So whenever I enable this, it will make a contact. Yeah, the holes are super clean. Some of them are off by a little bit, but how are we going to do this? Let's see. So negative here. And then I'll turn on the power supply. And we'll set it for 3 volts exactly. And I'll give it 6 amps, and we'll see what happens. In what case would you need to drill a circuit board? Oh, all the time. Nothing, you know, 0.1 inch spaced boards are really great for putting down your either initial designs that you're going to turn into a main circuit board, or just putting, you know, temporarily, permanently building your electronics project can happen on perforated prototyping boards that are extremely useful in that regard. These holes are 0.1 inch spaced. Not all electronics follow that. So if I have a potentiometer that I want to put down onto the board, they will have larger pins. You know, the front pins, the 3 pins of the potentiometers that I've been buying lately, will fit into the 0.1 inch spacing, but then the 2 anchor pins that hold the potentiometer in place, not the same size. So sometimes you need to drill a hole in between the 0.1 inch space holes. Sometimes you just need to widen these out. Or, you know, there's all kinds of tips, like tricks and stuff that you can do. Having a little tiny drill, it's nice. Oftentimes I'll have to go get the big drill, the big hand drill, and have that sitting here and then drill a circuit board on that. I was doing it last week. So all the time. Comes up a lot. Okay, 3 volts and a maximum of 6 amps. What is this thing going to do? That should have gone like a bat out of hell. Wait a minute. Oh, I didn't turn it on. So turning it on, and then what? Negative there, positive here. Power supply's on, 2.99 volts. No movement. Is there something wrong with my clips? What's going on here? Those are direct motor contacts, these two. So that one is minus, this one is plus. I'm plugged into the power supply leads. Yeah, that's pretty definitive. That one's a little loose. I gotta look at these. Tighten them up. There. Power supply on. Touch the contact. What? What the hell? No. All the trigger does is pivot the contacts that go between the 2 batteries. That's all it does. That's registering. What the hell is happening here? Am I crazy? I feel like I'm losing my mind. Oh, maybe the contact is pulling away. Yeah, there it goes. Jesus. It's 2 amps. Well, yeah, the motor's warm. You also have to be careful with thermals because stuff will reflect the heat of my desk. Maybe jump, sorry. You have to actually have a little bit of pressure on it in order for it to contact. Oh, there, now it's contacted just fine. So that's about the same speed, and that's 3 volts. 4, 5 volts. That's more of what I'm talking about right there. You guys can't really see it move, it's just very loud. But if we put a lithium-ion battery on this, it would go pretty fast. It would probably burn through the bearings very quickly. But that's always a thought. I mean, then I would need to reinvent this mechanism and have it... I mean, I could just have a micro switch right here. and then put a little lithium-ion battery. I don't want another lithium-ion battery thing lying around. If I was going to do this, I'd go insane and do the max 8 volts and a voltage regulator, obviously, and do like a potentiometer on this thing, and then have that insert from below in like a locking mechanism so that I could like lock and load. That's what I'd want to do. Yeah, because it's 2 big contacts on the front of this thing. I don't think I can get that to contact in there. Right, sorry, not bearings. I mean the brushes of the motor are basically going to be destroyed. I gotta think about that, because I don't know where to get this 3D model. I mean, the shape is not all that complicated. It's just, you know, you make that slot, and then you have, yeah, you have a little notch in that slot right there, so that would run along your printed case, and then that would click into just like a gap. So that's not all that hard to do. Click. It's so awesome. I have to get more of these. Little PPK action. Is that the right one? I forget. I forget what Walthers there are. Pathetic. Just pathetic. Also, I'm seeing shiny on the edges of some of these, so I think the drill bit is walking around. And that could be down to the drill bit or the angle that I'm doing this at. Oh, the batteries are almost dead. Maybe I'm putting too much pressure into it. I gotta just let it cook. Let him cook. This feels pathetic. So I'm on the fence about this thing. I'm on the fence. I think it's a really fun thing to do for a stream, though. That one didn't get caught up. We'll see how it does with the other drill bit. With this motor, it is significantly different. Well, no. With this motor, it feels just about exactly the same. It's just that, for some reason, maybe it's spinning slightly faster. It's able to get through that quick little bite at the end. But I gotta get the crazy motor out of this thing. Let's put the yellow motor in here. The light dash. Where did it go? It's all the way over here. We gotta get this out of here somehow. And not lose all the screws in the process. And if those batteries are already starting to wear down, I'm a little concerned. It could also be that those batteries are just old. They could just be leftover old batteries that I have. But again, we gave it 3 volts from the power supply, and it drew almost 2 amps. How many amp hours are a AA? I know Energizers were the slightly better ones. E91 LR6 AM3 1.5 volt. Size is E91. Alkaline battery. Phenylalanine. You've followed me to my death. Hold on. I don't think any of those are amp hours, are they? I don't think so. St. Louis, Montana, and Singapore. Snee. This is just how not to kill yourself. Do not ingest. Oh. Insert correctly. You're not my dad. All right. What amp hours for AA? Two amp hour. Typical. So you're probably not going to get 2 hours out of this thing. You might get close to 2 hours, but your batteries are going to degrade during that. So every second you're running this thing, your batteries are just dying a slow death. A quick death, actually. It's a quick death. It's not very slow. 2 amp hours. Why are these rusty? I guess they were kind of under the window. Maybe that's what did it. So in order to release this, I undo this one. Now the motor can freewheel, but it's still held down by this adjustment back here. Did a whole thing, a whole extensive 3D model in order to put this type of motor into this RC car. But once I freed myself of staying within my initial parameters of 1 cell of power, 1S, then it became irrelevant, and I was able to break out into the vast world of 3-phase motors. It's better for the RC car anyway. More fun, I say. Are you not releasing? Oh, I need to desolder the leads too. Do that while it's in this. Yeah, like I was saying, Strange New Worlds, I'm pleasantly surprised by it. At first, it didn't really grab me, but it's just really good Trek. And they said tinnitus properly, although Nurse Chapel did not. She said it wrong. She said it wrong. She said it wrong. But at least initially, it was like, oh, I got a little tinnitus. And I'm like, yeah, they got it right. Hell yeah. Cheering at my screen, waking up the whole house, dog barking. They said it correctly. The ringing in my ears. Damn it. Screw doesn't want to go back in. I kind of wanted to hold everything together, but I guess it's not that necessary. This is a dead project. We 3D modeled. I spent a lot of time actually fully 3D modeling this entire thing. And it was worthwhile because it actually taught me a lot of mechanical modeling principles. Was that a doggy I just heard? You over there, Willow? Where's my puppy? Nah, I guess that wasn't her. That wasn't the dog. I wish she'd come down here and hang out more, because she just sleeps by the door and barks all day. Yeah, I learned a lot about reverse engineering mechanical stuff through this project, and I think that was worthwhile. I think that was a good effort spent. I do wish that we were able to, as were my original intention, send Djibouti Show something that they could like play with. So if I actually had gotten to where I wanted to be with this, I would have had to massively simplify my expectations. No carbon fiber, none of that stuff. And instead, probably just gut out the mechanics of this thing and put something with a suspension on it, or replace the motor in this with a big powerful motor. And then I was going to put an RC car drive shaft on this, because the RC car drive shaft actually does differential. It does do the differential stuff. So if I kept the gears the same and put a differential in, that would have had an advantage over the stock Mario Kart. So you'd have a screaming fast motor that had barely any time from the battery on it, and then a differential. I mean, even just the same motor with a differential would be an advantage over the stock car. I don't know to what end that would be, or if the results would be interesting. So it would be funnier to put an extremely powerful motor in there that eventually blows up, and then they have all kinds of fun content. But never happened. It was too complicated. It's nice when you find a project that is just in your wheelhouse for another streamer, and I was able to do that once. There was one project that I was able to do, and that was the button for Tom Thinks, because that was mostly a 3D printing project. Mostly 3D printing and a little bit of game controller internals. And there goes the dog. She just got set off by something. Her initial move isn't so much a bark as it is her just going, "Whoa!" You imagine if that's how you greet each other on the street? I mean, I guess I have some friends that I do that with. Whoa! Oh! Whew. We're a little toasty in there, huh? Oops, there goes one of the contacts. Yeah, I'm gonna put the yellow one in there. This one is too weird and specialized. I wonder how those brushes are looking now. I don't understand that break-in, that usage period of constantly having to replace brushes. These brushes do come out. They can get removed from this thing. But, like, I don't know. The car red shells itself. Well, the cool part about Mario Kart Home Circuit is that everything was calibrated for augmented reality, and the car does not go fast. But because your camera is right on top of it, of the little RC car, it has the illusion that you are actually going very, very quickly when you view it through the camera. It's a very cool little augmented reality game. I don't know how it did commercially, though. Because, I mean, I don't think a lot of people are out buying $100 Mario Kart stuff. But it was a very cool concept. I hope that the company that made it made money. The Scandinavian-based developer. Their little test cars is actually just this model kit. with a Raspberry Pi strapped to it. Do. All right, so let's see what the yellow motor brings to the table here with our dying batteries. Yeah, I think they even used circuit board as a substrate in order to make that. But I guess they took the model kit and made it rear-wheel drive, and then didn't have a differential in there or something. I don't know how they were doing that. I think maybe just the compromise for the final mechanical design was not to have one. But it was, yeah, really, really cool little thing. Okay, and then batteries. This isn't going to be much different from our initial test, I don't think. That's way slower, actually. Maybe not significantly, but I mean, I guess that other motor was pretty fast. Save all the Nintendo licensing, go overhead and just make an RC game. That's true. But then you would need, like, the hardware was a big deal. Let's see how this does on circuit board now with the yellow motor, the light dash. I don't think the light dash is particularly powerful. Kind of pathetic, actually. Would do great with plastic, but... Uh-huh. Yeah. I don't know about this. I don't know about this, you guys. I think after that last motor, there's really no going back. Yeah, it just really eats through material, doesn't it? Oh my god. To be fair, the batteries are running out too. My hand hurts. It at least didn't get caught up. I think this material is a little bit nicer. Yeah, doing it off the power supply. So back to 3 volts. Oops. Or 3. Because our batteries have been through torture at this point with the super duper motor. Oh yeah, that's much faster. That's only drawing half an amp. Those batteries are just dead. Yeah, half an amp. So you're gonna get a lot more usage out of the yellow motor on this one. I think we've been dulling this bit too. It's really not doing much. I would need a new set of batteries in this thing every time I used it. Yeah, I need this to be going much faster than... The only other way that I could do it is by messing with the gear ratio. I don't really have the tools to do that. They designed the gear ratio for an absolute maximum amount of torque so it could get through plastic. Oh my god, why is this still... I feel like this is the dullest drill bit in the world now. Maybe it was cut for plastic and we finally worn it away. Come on. There we go. No. Huh. This motor was doing better. Yeah, I would probably say save your money on this one. Nothing 12 volt. 12 volt will blow up the motor, and I know this because I've done it. I know this. I am you. It is a brand new drill bit, but it was provided by Tamiya, probably because they wanted to have a drill bit in the drill on the cover of the model kit, and they would probably get into trouble if it didn't have the drill bit on, yeah, whatever. Well, this thing maybe isn't faster, but it doesn't get caught up. Then again, with the drill bits that are this size, the micro circuit board ones that I use, maybe this thing would be perfectly acceptable, this little hand drill. So we're going to keep it around. I'm going to keep it functioning. I think I'm going to keep the yellow motor in it because I don't want to change the batteries every time I use the fucking thing. If I put a barrel plug on the outside, I don't know how that would work. Being able to plug it in and have that do like a disconnect for the battery and then connecting the... But then it would need the movement to be on a switch. So... Shame. I was hopeful that this thing would be like a really high speed drill, but it turns out that getting tools that literally do not mention the material you want to drill into on them is not totally advantageous. This thing is good for soft material where you need I guess like a small drill that'll get in there. So if you're like literally building a Tamiya model kit and you want to put a hole in something, I think it was like $40. I think it wasn't much more than that. It was less than 40. It was like 30 something. I think. We can look it up. Electric handy drill. Cool model kit though. I had a lot of fun building it, even though it wasn't all that complicated. Oh yeah, Amazon. One time Amazon, I searched for 28 bucks. One time I searched for a desoldering. Okay, now we're into the right tools. Hell yeah. One time I searched for a desoldering kit, and apparently that's part of my personality, is that I am collecting them. 20 bucks. It does everything. I don't even know. I don't know. Wouldn't endorse anything like this. But that's probably pretty decent. Mini micro aluminum. Anyway. It was fun. I had a good time building this. How much does this thing draw at speed? Well, actually, this one isn't a good test because it's totally unloaded. Yeah, that's drawing an amp. How is the micro one only drawing half an amp? I blame Adam. Adam Savage! I'll get you yet! Shaking my fist in the air. Where does the label that has a picture of the drill? Handy drill. Let's put that on here.
there's nowhere for this to go. I mean, it would have to go like on the top, but I'm going to be taking this thing apart over and over again. And put it like right here. No, not really. Put it right over the warning. Oh, there we go. Warning, where I oh, no, never mind. Can't read it under the label. Yeah, you put a warranty void sticker on it. The trigger feels kind of good, actually. It's got, you know, it's got a pretty rigid spring on it, and in spite of being like a bullpup mechanism to bring the switch all the way down there, it's all right. And you could probably hide a micro switch in here somewhere and then change it to something else, like change it to a battery pack or something like that. That would be the way, you know, we do it now, is cut a USB-C plug in the bottom of it. When are you putting in a Kyosho brushless that's a direct swap in? Look, we tried the Plasma Dash, Shorty. Plasma Dash worked pretty well, except you get almost an hour of battery life out of your AA's. These things are like dead now. And so right now I've got the Light Dash in here. Whatever you do, don't wave this thing at police. It's got that PPK aesthetic, and I would love if I could put the Energizer Max 8-volt mod and just go click. It is very much designed to look like, I mean, it looks like this is for racking the slide, right? Am I gonna get banned for this, for having this on stream? This would actually provide it with enough power to actually be a miniature drill, too. If I point this at the camera, I think my channel gets banned. Also sweep. Demonetized. My bright blue Derringer. Oh, that's a cute gun, the cops say as they gun me down to a piece of meat. I don't know, this thing's pretty cool. I don't know where we're going to use it. I feel like we've probably given it a pretty good what do I even call that? Test of its might. In terms of drilling circuit boards, it's okay at it. I think our drill bit primarily has been breaking itself. So let me just test it with the other drill bit just to be sure, because that other one is probably a little bit sharper and hardened. I don't know if that drill bit is dull or if we've just lost enough energy in the batteries. Yeah, it looks like a markout. Ah, look at that. That instantly bit. Although that wasn't a new one. Let's try a new one. So we're having the same problem. First of all, that's pretty slow. It'll go faster with new batteries. I don't want to just keep throwing alkalines in this thing, though. But okay, so not very fast at this level of energy, which means it's having a lot of trouble getting into this, and it's having a lot of trouble with the bit biting in, and then this collet right here doesn't put enough pressure on the drill bit, so it's not really held in all that well. I might hold it in a little better and it gives me more torque. We haven't stalled the motor, by the way. It's just been running out of torque on the collet. So this thing would really benefit from like a hexagonal drive. But if I'm going to be drilling at this speed, there we go, I might as well use the thing that actually can get to a good amount of torque, which is the electric screwdriver. I mean, this thing's a lot more kit to it, but that's faster. Is that actually faster? I don't know how we can compare. Hold on. Oops. I might as well just get a collet for this thing. I don't know which one's faster. I feel like the DeWalt is, and it's got rechargeable batteries. Wait a sec, I got a tachometer. Wait a second. The whole point of this big tool bin is that I got all my stuff right here. All right, let's see here. Tachometer, let's see. So if I use the photo thing, then I need a bright object on the side of it. Or we could time it off this wheel, but we would need a similar diameter on both of these. 14500 lithium battery. Yeah, and you can, like I was saying, Tamiya used to provide them with their slot cars. I was saying this earlier. Wait, where's chat? What the hell? Did that chat actually appear and disappear? And I just didn't catch it? Oh yeah, they're there. Okay, I should have them stick around a little longer. Yeah, I have some paint markers that I can use. The Tamiya slot cars actually come with dummy batteries that are just a plastic shell that has a brass rod in the middle of it. So you put one there, you can then put a lithium-ion battery, like one singular 14, not 650, 14500. And then that would probably power this a lot better. And I might actually have one. Well, we'll try that in a minute. First, I just want to get a reading of speed. But the thing is, like, I need these to rotate at the same rate. I mean, this thing is no, that's just a collar with a pin. I used to have a bunch of rotational thingamajigs for this. Doing it by sensor, I want the spin of this thing in the center. If I do it by sensor, like the diameter of the wheel that's spinning is going to come into play here, right? Doesn't it? And batteries in this thing? Yeah. Okay, so if I do that and then I take a paint marker, put a little spot, let's put a pink spot. Measure the diameter, make a ratio. I don't want to do math. This isn't a very bright marker, is it? No, that's not going to show up. Not a very bright marker. I could just, here, wait. I'll just press it up against the thing. If I just press it up against this, it won't exactly be censored, but it'll still spin. Let's just see if I can get a good reading off of it. I want an equal reading for both of these. Now, this is going to be pathetic because these batteries are like dead. So we'll do feet per minute. Yeah, the problem is getting it to like spin it properly. Well, I can just tape it. Gaff tape to the rescue. Where is my gaffer's tape? It's all the way over here. My shaft coupler tape. I want this hooked to the power supply, so I need this to be facing this way. And then we couple the shafts together, but in like a manly way. Now we should get a feet per minute reading on it. Yeah, that'll do. Okay, so let's try with the power supply. So we're using ideal burgers for Independence Day. You shut your unfree mouth. The price of freedom isn't free. Pretty goddamn expensive, and we got plenty of freedoms around here, so I use ancient British units. Mostly just to piss off the Europeans in chat. God, that dust is bad. Alright, let's see. You're gonna ask me to use imperial volts or some shit like that. Oh, he's not using stones per angstrom. Whoa, that unsnapped the contact. There we go. These alligator grips are a little bit rough on this thing. That's ideal speed. Hey, you gotta push the button on this thing. The speed is not that much different. It's Loi E111. Decimal time, I remember that. 109.4. All right, and now we compare it to the default speed of the DeWalt. Oh, that's so close to fitting. Darn. They're very similar sizes. I don't have a proper collet for this. I only have the weird drill collet. I need a new piece of tape for this. Actually, I could just press that and it'll grip. Oh my god. That's 50% faster. 146. So yeah, I just need to get like a collet for this thing, and then I've got my handheld electric drill. A little awkward, not as small, but it's faster. And that's everything for drilling circuit boards. Although it is kind of a bit bloated. This thing is a bit more bloated than the other one, but this thing can certainly provide the torque. And if I find a proper collet for it, it'll provide me, not with high speed, but it'll be enough that, you know, it'll do good. This thing is good to have. Bigger's better. Not, well, I mean, you know, like, you get a little high-speed circuit board drill, and that kind of gets through the FR4 in like an instant, and it does it so cleanly. I've used them before, but I don't want a miniature drill press on my tables, because I don't have space. I don't have space for any of this stuff. I was rooting for the drill, but I guess it's not amazing. A drop-in 3-phase adapter would be kind of funny. So let's see, what do I get for cordless screwdriver? And then, I mean, obviously the cordless screwdriver is way more expensive than the, well, not by much. Let's see, but what I'm looking for, is that just a drill? No, it's like some kind of a, why is it stepped like that? That's weird. Conduit reamer, okay. Okay, I didn't come here to get insulted. These aren't quite what I'm looking for. It has to have that hexagonal shaft off of the back of it. This might be closer. They would probably rather you actually just buy the drill bits that have that hexagonal shaft on the back. Rest in peace, your search history. I don't want to look up decimal time for my own mental health. I don't think I want to expose myself to that. Yeah, it needs to be like a magnetic drive guide. The guides are kind of cool because they like unsnap, and actually I think I have, well, that uses a hex nut in order to grip. There it is, that's it, $8. Now the reputable brand, insert any word here, hopefully we'll be able to hold it through the torque, but then I'll be able to use that little, you know, the rechargeable battery hand drill in order to do this. That's, yeah, anyway. You're cutting and pasting it into my chat. H-Bomber guy would be appalled at the fact that you're just regurgitating Wikipedia at me. No, what is decimal time? In 1778, Claude Boniface Collington proposed dividing the day into 10 hours or 1,000 minutes, each new hour into 100 minutes, each new minute into 1,000 seconds, and each new second into 1,000 tierces. You know, and then we divide the months into all being, what is it, 31 days? every single month is 31 days, and all the Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays line up, and then New Year's Day is just a not day. It's just not a day. We don't count it. Apparently, that's how that can work out too. So we go to decimal time. We go to, 28 days. Thank you. We go to 28 days, 13 months. So we have the months of Schmarch. We can add Smarch in there. And decimal time and the metric system. What would the world be like? Makes sense beside the sun. Seasons don't fit well in decimal. Oh, God. Maybe we can alter the spin of the Earth to our needs. I'm out of stuff. If you guys didn't notice, I guess the mirror, we don't have really time to work on it. The mirror is a different animal entirely. I don't know how to pop the hinge off of the mirror in order to work on it. Did I list anything else? I said it was MISC day, and we ended up just with the Tamiya Drill, which is very interesting, and I extremely thank Mahalo for sending that in. Thank you, Mahalo. You always send in really cool stuff. You don't have to do that, but it made for a really good stream, sort of on the back of the RC car project, which, you know, I finished wiring. There's still stuff to do on this thing, but this will at least get me racing around outside until it explodes. So I need to glue those wheels on, and then I can race it around outside till it explodes, and then I can bring it back in here and we can do a little bit more work on it. The thing that I'm concentrating on more, though, because it's cold out, is the synthesizer. I want to actually be able to make noises out of it, and so far all I've been able to do is make like drumming, like bump, 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 bump. It's like marching music. So, show the mirror hinge. Yeah, here. It's right over here, making fun of me. So, what I have, this makeup mirror. I'll just explain this before we're done. This makeup mirror, in the way that you would expect this thing to fail, the wires have gotten a little bit crazy on it. Basically, if you shake these wires here, it'll turn on and off. So my mommy wants me to fix this, and I don't know if I can. I've been able to get almost everything undone here, like this complicated hinge. This is all metal, cheap metal, but it's still metal, and the base is actually rather heavy. It wasn't cheap. And so it's like an easy wiring thing to fix if I could just pop this off, but I can't. And I don't know where the break in the wire is. It's probably here. I don't think there's... Yeah, that's the thing. It's one of those things where they probably have like a big tab under there, and you can just pop it in, but to get it out, you need to access the tab. And I don't have any way to break this apart. This is all... There's a seam right here, but it's likely that everything like snapped into place on this thing. I've totally not done similar things many times. I wonder if I could get a flathead in the side or something. It's got a 64 gigabyte blah 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 kit of RAM. Matters what slot. To look up your motherboard. You gotta look up your motherboard, and it'll tell you. You actually have to do work. you gotta read your own motherboard's manual. None of us can tell you whether or not the RAM slots are bearing puller. I have that. This would be just right for a bearing puller, but it would leave marks all over everything. And then, if I break this out, it's gonna bend. It's gonna break this metal, or break the tab. I'm not too sad if the tab itself breaks, but like here I'm flexing the metal. This is a solid piece of probably powdered sintered metal, but or just no, it's not plastic. This is definitely metal, but this is the problem with being a fixer-upper, is that everybody wants you to fix their stuff up. Dear God, I'm bending the metal. Like, this is not happening. Oh, the bearing puller needs a hole in the middle. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right about that. So this is just not going anywhere. This is like a permanent... I hate stuff like this. Like, here's your product. It has a hinge, and instead of having like a I don't know, a turnbuckle, whatever you want to call it, instead of having a commutator, you have a piece of wire that just goes through there. That'll be fine, but you have no stops to prevent people from moving this 180 degrees. And so somebody can sit there and just spin the mirror until it explodes. Technically, you should have enough leadway in there if you're going to do it this way. But like now, since it's flexed so much, it's actually bent the wire to the point where it breaks. An invisible set screw. Yeah, from like, there is a little bit visible. Oh, great. I'm going to have my... I feel framed. There's a little bit visible in there. I wonder if I could do a big screwdriver and like force that up to break the plastic away. Because if I can break the plastic off of the arm, I bet you there's an easy way to do that. I just can't see it from here. All right, I'm gonna get a big screwdriver and just try to, because I mean this thing is dead anyway. Not like I'm causing any harm. It's already dead. Let's see, big sort of carjacking looking screwdriver. Well, that's a small carjacking looking screwdriver. We'll try it. What happened to my big screwdriver? I had like a huge screwdriver that looks like you're about to boost cars. Destructive disassembly, my speciality. Yeah, the really challenging stuff is when you try to get stuff apart so that it goes back together. Free this up a little bit. This thing was fun. I don't know. I was like, if your kid's getting into building like models and making stuff, you know, and they're mostly just doing stuff with plastic, destroying their toys, like this would be a fun thing to get them because they can build a drill from nothing. Well, from plastic, but fun little kit. Or, you know, if you're doing like Warhammer figurines and you just want to like drill plastic, it's like perfect for that. And that's probably most of the folks that are getting those things. But if you're drilling literally anything else, if you need a drill to do like stuff around the house, that is not the solution. Go to a yard sale and get a drill there. It finds intention, yeah, it's true. Are you kidding me? I don't want to put marks all over everything. Was that a puppy I just heard? Not a puppy. Willow, are you there? You there, puppy? Come on. I wish she would be on camera more. I'm not going to put cameras upstairs. That's forbidden. Yeah, I don't know what this looks like inside. That's part of the problem. Okay, now it's not happening. I'm SOL on this one, and I really don't want to waste my time with this. We got more stuff to do, so this is declared dead. Unfortunately, I just can't get in there without just completely destroying it. Why did that suddenly bite? Is it like something? Oh wait, we get a better view over here. Hold on a minute. I can almost see what's going on in there through the side here. Looks like there's a washer. And the wire coming off of it. I don't know. It looks like there's something bolstered here. Maybe I can get it so that you guys can see. See that? No, yeah, this is, everything snaps. Everything is snaps here. And actually, this was probably a circular piece of plastic with a mirror in the middle, and then they just bent the end around. Although there's a seam right here, so maybe they assembled it, and then this gets glued into place. But I don't think I can, actually that seam might just be, no, that is a seam. But like nothing is That can't be popped out. I don't think it can be popped out. They probably assembled it and then had the thing glued down. Spudging out the plastic front. Let's try it. Let's try it. This thing will have to get totally new wires. All right, let me see here. I can use a brand new spudger. These Twisted Sisters sent me these after getting mad at me that I didn't have proper spudging tools. So they sent me these Phone Fix, the ultimate innovation. This is the peak of humankind's technology. We really had to go to the Lockheed Martin and all the really advanced aerospace engineers, scientists, in order to get this one done. The trick with spudging is to do it towards your flesh. You do it towards your flesh, and that way when you slip, you're almost guaranteed to have to go to the hospital. There is no purchase in this thing. I don't think this... I don't know why there's a seam here, because I don't think this is spudgeable. Is any of it plastic? Maybe a heat gun to melt the glue on the two pieces. I don't know. This feels like metal. Like, this base is made out of metal. What up, Commander? We're trying to spudge a makeup mirror so I can finally look pretty. I don't know what material. It feels like metal. And it's also bending the spudger? I don't think it's actually... I don't think that's true. What the heck? I wonder if this is a seam from like a metal bending tool. Probably not, no. But it certainly does not appear to be. This is one of those things where you blow it up, like you completely, it explodes into a million pieces, and then you go, ah, yes, that's how it was done. Where did that go? Wait a minute. Upon destruction, its secrets will be revealed. This doesn't feel like anything that I can get into. There's just nothing there. Been there more than twice, yeah. Like, that's not going in. I was just resting on the tip there. I do feel like I'm seeing, actually, what am I seeing there? What is that? It's like a, it looks like, yeah, okay, so here's my theory. The layers of this thing, right? We probably have a clear plastic insert in this hub that holds this plastic out on the edge, and there's an LED strip that goes around there. So that's got the warm and cool LED colors. That is all pressed into an assembly without the arms. Wire goes through the hole, and then a clip, because it looks like there are three very large... I am all beard. I am the bearded entity who has phoned me. I was taking a shower. Okay, yeah. So there's what look like three clips in this. So it just presses in and never comes out. Never in a million years has my mirror been disassembled. Yes. Yeah, so like those clip in pretty much like temporarily forever. If I can get in there, like sideways, to push them in, I could potentially remove this. If I break this out, it'll break the clips. Yeah, it's classic one-way mechanism. It's the kind of thing that we hate because we are the kind of people who can replace that wire. I could pull that as far as I can, strip the end, solder two new wires on there, fix the mirror. mirror works for a couple years. Instead, I got to go to my mother and say, it is permanently broken and I cannot get into it without destroying it. And she said, she told me, like, you know, it doesn't need to look perfect. You can, you know, kind of like be destructive with it. But there's no way that I can do any of the repair without completely breaking this thing. So I have reduced your mirror by 1/2. You only get one side now. Which, you know, hey, I could drill a hole right here with the new drill, and then that would allow me to get something in there to pinch it and then release it. Or like drill here. No, I'm not. This is dead. This is not worth our time. I'm not getting out of this with the TIG welder. I was hoping that whatever holds it to this top clip would be somehow removable, but it doesn't appear that it is. And I can't see into the side. Maybe you guys can help me figure this out. This is annoying. This should have way more wire on it. Yeah, this is like as cheap as it gets. This is like kitchen. They're like bad kitchen appliance metal on this thing. Not METTLE and METAL. Metal. It's me, Metalmo. What is that? Is that like a cleat that I could release, or is that threaded? Wait a minute. Are those threads? Could I hold this piece down? What does it mean? So if that's a thread, then if I hold the bottom piece and rotate the top, how are we going to do that? Let's see here. Yes, I love that emote. That one's so good. The little meeting of the peepees. Turn off the power supply. So this is where we scratch the shit out of the whole thing. It's not only gripping the plastic though. Forceps are the only thing that I have that's thin enough. That's my Italian-made wire stripper. We used it multiple times today, actually. That I can't grip it and rip it. It's so shallow. I've had to make tools custom for stuff like this. The control arms on an E36, no, E46 BMW are like a hex nut, but it's super duper thin. So I took basically a monkey wrench and an angle grinder, and I withered down the monkey wrench until I could get it to grip. I was like, BMW, you owe me a frickin' wrench. I had to break one of mine. Yeah, so the threaded thing, I don't know if that's quite. Oh, I can actually see where the wire's damaged. Oh, look at that. There's the damaged wire right there. Huh. Here, I'll show you guys. Worked at a place where we made tools for almost exactly this thing. Huh. I need an X-ray is what I need. But aside from being WAEW, that guy, whatever his name, sorry, what's that? No, who's the YouTuber that made the X-ray? I'm not gonna mess around with X-rays in here. But yeah, there's the damage to the wire. We can see that the jacket is frayed. Right there. Yeah, I'm thinking of the wrong channel. This is a different guy. It's like the wrench in the coffee cup logo. William Osman? Imagine that is exactly what the moving part is, yeah. Applied science, there you go, thank you.
That guy makes me look like an utter fucking caveman. He's so goddamn good at what he does. He's like, well, I couldn't really figure out how to get this electron microscope working, so I studied the manual, and then I went to college for 3 years in order to learn how to... all in the space of a minute. It's like, dude, stop it. You're making us all look bad. He did what I was hoping would lead into building a Daft Punk helmet, but it's too hard to do. He did printing of traces, like circuit board traces, onto a three-dimensional 3D printed surface. And I wanted to do that in order to make a Ruiner helmet. Does that look glued? What? I don't know. I don't think those are threads. I think that's like a claw. If they are threads, they're glued in place. I want to get light in from this angle. Hold on. Yeah, he doesn't do a lot of videos, but holy shit. That guy does some cool stuff. He made his own, like, sulfuric acid, like, playground in order to etch, in order to do micro etching. There's like a whole water park that the things have to go through with sulfuric acid. What is going on down there? What is this? It's like metal. What is that? How does that... what the hell are we supposed to do in the face of such blatant evil? Like, I actually think I did that with the screwdriver just now. I think that was me that damaged it. Because I stuck a screwdriver in here and was rattling it around. So I think that was me. But are these going into like an assembly? I think they are. I think they did actually put a spinning assembly on. Chat. I think we had the wrong impression. I think we actually do have a, what is it called again? Not commutator. There's a word for that thing. Something that spins 180 degrees and maintains contact. Because that's what that is. Today on Applied Science, I'm going to show you how to transfer holographic images onto chocolate. Yeah, see? Yeah, they're barbs, but I think what's going on is this is going into an assembly, because look at the plastic all the way down there. Yeah, is it slip ring? I think we're looking at a slip ring, but I can't for the life of me detach this thing in any way, just because of the way it is. I think they actually thought of the 180 degree spin. We had the wrong impression. I have to take back my criticism. Okay, well, this thing was better built than we thought it was, but it's still not serviceable in any way. I think there are still one-way clips. There's three sides of the thing have clips that pop in there. They're what? Huh? It's exactly the same as the other one. If I can't take off the one, I can't take off the other. Where's my light? Oh, there we go. Same deal, only it's not quite... No, it is... I wonder if it's got like rubber around it or something. Why you would have two such mechanisms is beyond me, though. You would just, like, if you had an actual... what was it called again? Yeah, if you had an actual slip ring on this thing, because they got cheaper. Slip rings are actually pretty cheap. My local micro center had a couple of them. One of them had like 15 wires going into the damn thing. But like, you could use like a headphone plug as a slip ring, right? And you could take all three wires at once. That's what you would want to do, because then the other side wouldn't need an expensive thing. Unscrewing it. We did actually, and I can't grip the thin plastic right there. Steam sales bankrupt. Oh, that's right. We've got the winter sale. Oh my God. Here I am buying Prey like yesterday. Day before yesterday, I bought Prey. I've been meaning to play through that for a while.
Seems fun. I don't know what we're looking at. What are we looking at? Yeah, I think it's just not. No, not the original. No. I did play the original. I think it was on Xbox, but the 2016 and the DLC and all that stuff. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things, and I've only just gotten through the beginning. I know all kinds of crazy shit happens though. I think I forget who I watched play through the whole thing. I forget who that was. Anyway, the fake sequel. It's $3. I spent $30. Oh, son of a bitch! Screw you, Gaben. Yeah, at the time, the original one had in games you would not have like weird stuff going on, like where you would have one person in one scale and then you go through a portal and you're in another scale, and like walking on the outside of a globe. That stuff wouldn't exist inside game engines. Too complicated to do all that math. And so yeah, Prey did that, and it was really, really cool. A lot of really interesting innovation with that. There was my friends and I were playing multiplayer, and you get on that little planet, and then they would shoot at you. It'd be like, oh, it's super scary. As long as you're within 14 days of purchase and under 2 hours played, the automated system approves the refund almost immediately. I guess I could do that. I don't mind money going to the devs, though. I play like 2 games a year. All right, guys, I think we're done for today. Guys and gals and everything in between. I'm gonna order that shuck, or maybe find a slightly cooler looking one to order for the for this thing, because this is, while the cost of 2 of these Tamiya things, it is a much better tool, and it'll do just fine. Who's shuck? I don't know him yet, but this is fun. I would suggest that if you're getting like a kid a drill to use with like for balsa wood or you know, pine wood derby, or like if they're building an RC car, I don't know. This is a fun thing to put together and play with and sort of get to know how motors and mechanisms work. But when it gets to drilling circuit boards, it's not quite up to snuff. Now, this might actually be good for if I'm doing like plastic kit drilling and I need to just, it's 1 speed. It has a lot of torque, but it's not really able to use all that torque. YouTube viewers, thank you for the stream. Nobody cares about you, YouTube viewers. No, I care deeply about the YouTube viewers, actually. It's nice that 1 concurrent viewer. It's storage. We're using YouTube as storage. But yeah, it's a cool little kit, but it's ultimately, go away with your red icon. Ultimately, get a real drill. They're not expensive. You can get a really crappy real drill and it'll probably do a little bit better. But yeah, this is really cool. Cool stuff. A lot of fun. There's another one coming in the mail too. I do not know what I'm gonna do with it. We'll figure that out when we get there. I'm gonna be back tomorrow. We'll be noodling around with some other electronic stuff. Maybe we'll do a little Fusion 360, because somebody asked about Fusion 360 on a YouTube comment. So yeah, another one's coming in the mail. That very, very generously gifted by Mahalo. We'll see what the difference between the two is. If there are no like significant differences, then I don't know what I'm going to do. But I don't know. We'll burn that bridge when we get to it. Until then, I will bid you all farewell. Let's just check to see if like Gonad or somebody who has even mildly related content is on Twitch right now. Probably not. What are we doing? Really, Cataclysm? I thought he was done with that. Looking down the list, nobody is streaming today. Why is nobody streaming today? It's like a holiday or something? And then let me just check activity. There, I have 3 alerts on my Twitch. All those alerts lately. Oh, Bother's on. Oh yeah, I should check out his stream. I hear he's on YouTube. Can we raid a YouTube channel? I don't think we can raid a YouTube channel from here. Yeah, my content is kind of weird, and it's interesting that originally I got to Twitch. What was I going to check? I was going to, hold on, I got distracted by my own talking. Oh yeah, Code Rush raid. Thank you, Code Rush. Smith Clay subbed with a Prime. Did we get that one? I think I got that one. And then 6 days ago, Blue Screwy subbed. Okay, so yeah, we're done. I've caught up with the one event per stream. I'll see y'all tomorrow. We're gonna work on something cool, I think, or just do Fusion 360 and try to get that blower motor. Maybe not modeled, but at least try to build a frame up in Fusion that can house that, and we can turn that into something that straps to the 3D printer. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully I remember that that's what I wanted to work on. And if not, then I'll just do this bit again. Oh, the end card with all my stuff on it. All my stuff! Wait a minute. 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 There we go. So yeah, if you want to find social stuff, there it is. You get to manually pause the video, and you can hunt and peck each individual discord.gg shift / Rigol Logic Probe, $316. Is something special about it? I don't know. The Rigol that I got has the ability to do logic probing, but I don't know if there's any kind of an interface for that plug. I'm not sure. Sometimes this stuff is needlessly expensive though, so I haven't gotten into it yet. I'll have to look it up and like read about it, usual. But anyway, I bid you guys farewell, and I'll be back tomorrow. Ba-da-ba-ba-da.